Dude, look at that transition. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Is that a golden Kappa train right at the beginning? Holy. Europa Boy, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Appreciate that. And Chris, thank you for the gifty. ZV with the Ray cosplay, as always. Irate, thank you for the 18. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I did take the time yesterday to set up the new overlay. So here we are. we finally don't have the what is it, the thing that I did like basically like a couple weeks after I started streaming anymore. Weird mic. Is it weird? Sound is scuffed. Okay, you know what? This time I'm just gonna, right off the bat, I'm just gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Is that better? Nope. Something's weird. Call an exorcist? Dude, I don't, it's... Let me quickly... Up. Monitor and output. No, I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it. The sound is very scuffed. Hold up. The thing is, I didn't do anything. Test. This is better now. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're back. Okay. Now the thing is, what was it? It's so I'm using a USB hub that I think is broken. Not in the good sense. Broken, not in the good sense. And I've already ordered a new one, but I've been having trouble. Like, it hasn't been recognizing sometimes it hasn't been recognizing my camera. Sometimes it hasn't been recognizing, I don't know, my Stream Deck, stuff like that. I don't know why. And apparently, and the mic was also plugged into that one. So now I just took it out of that one and put it into the computer directly. But yeah, I have to replace that. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe the hub just hasn't got enough power. Maybe I ordered one that has that should be better. But yeah, it is it's a leftover piece from my times when I started streaming, and like I did the thing where in the first couple months or weeks I would get, like, whenever I needed like some piece of tech, I would try to get like a cheaper one because that was like within my budget, right? And so like I had to learn the lesson the hard way, where like if you buy cheap tech, you probably buy it multiple times, right? Because like you should just get the good thing from the get-go. I like all the stuff that I got with like budget reasoning behind it, I had to get a new thing within like a year or two. Like it's just not been Anyway, sorry for that. Sorry for the disruption. Golden Kappa train is still running. Yes, let me thank those people. Teddy, thank you for the 6 months. Now I can't hear the sub sounds though. Oh no, I can't. It was just late. Okay, it was just delayed. I'm gonna call in sick on that day too. So checkmate. Idrisu Alpha, thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Uno Violo, thank you for the 19. Wayne NZ, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate you guys. Enjoy your golden kappas. As I have showed the cat. Yes, hold up. I can show you. I can show you. Yes, I can give you guys the update. Hold up. I can give you guys the update as to also why I didn't stream yesterday. We have decided to get a cat. And this is the one. This is the one. We don't have it yet. We don't have him yet. But we visited him again yesterday. So apparently the progress is the following now. Well, yesterday we have decided, or like we've given them our decision that we want him, and so we filled out some form. Basically, we're applying to get him because they at the shelter they make sure that the animals go to people that will take care of them well and all that. So you have to apply for it, and so we have an appointment on Friday to where they're going to talk to us and see what are the like what's the environment for the cat going to be and all that kind of stuff. So we have that on Friday, and then on Friday the decision is going to be made whether we can have him or not. And then I think he has to go to the vet for some final checks, and then we can probably get him at some point next week. I don't know exactly, but yeah, we're taking that time to like prepare the home and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's the situation on the cat. All right. So I'll keep you guys updated. You'll see him as soon as he gets here. Don't worry about it. You said he already has a name? Well, yeah, we're adopting a little bit of an older cat. He's already 8 years old, and his name is Sinatra. I don't think we want to rename him because I don't know. It feels weird to rename someone who's already 8 years old, I also don't think Sinatra is like I think it's a cool name. I think it's all right. How is the name spelled? Well, like Frank Sinatra, right? Just like one N. And how you spell it. Yeah, how you say it. All right. All right. Cool. Let us get the warm-up out of the way, and then I will tell you guys what we do today, because we have a little bit of stuff planned for both TCG and Master Duel today. I think it's going to be fun. The streams, I'll say it up front, the streams this week and maybe next week are probably going to be a little bit chaotic because there's a lot of stuff going on right now. But yeah, we'll make do. We'll make do. We're still going to be fine. Give him a last name so you can call his full name when he messed up. Well, I mean, Sinatra is already a last name. Today I'm a believer. Don't let me down. Okay, I'm gonna try my hardest. All right, let's go. Yeah, boy. Thank you for the prime. Okay, let's begin. This feels familiar. Is that Koakimeru Doom? No. I feel like it's a Koakimeru though. Maybe it's not. I lied. Good start for the believers. Phenomenal even. I also don't know this one. I think it's Evil Eye. Yeah, Unleashed. Oh, that's the custom card for them, right? I think I have a royal one. That's Broad Bull. Well, we've guessed the card within the first minute. Isn't that great? Isn't that just phenomenal performance-wise? Let's go back to not knowing what's going on. This is a spirit monster. I think it's a Gishki. Necromirror? Nope. Natalia, Noelia, I have no idea. I should have just skipped right off the bat. I wasted time. Oh no. Dude, I don't know any of these cards. Break away. This is something like Black Ray Lancer. Yeah, it's just Black Ray Lancer, right? Black Ray Lancer. Yeah. Okay, we are getting currently, we're on a pace of 20 points per minute. Mountain. All right, that's another 20 points. We can rest for a minute now. We've kind of like front loaded. Mad Dog Marin. No, Mad Dog of Darkness. That appliancer? I don't know what it is. I don't think it's a Morphtronic. Fantastic Streborg. Okay. Dude, today is kind of a Who Megalo round though. Like what are these cards? Is that Fleur de Lis? Yeah. This is Rafale. That does not look familiar. Cleanest washed. I mean, hey, it's not done. It's not done yet, but it's not a good start. I'll give you that. I'll allow it. I'll accept the slander. Come on, man. Oh. I've seen this before. This is something soul. But if I type soul, Angus? No. Be soul swap. Yeah. Yeah. This is a hazy flame. Griffin, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Zonda. This is a map. I think this is, I don't think it's, is it Piri Rise map? I think it's the Flunder map. Treasure map? Oh, treasure map, okay. That's Dark Strike Fighter. That's Mystical Sand, right? Yeah. It's Sword Soul, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's Blackout. I've never looked at Blackout this close. This is the Mazera, the Ghoul. Al Ghul Mazera. Yeah. That feels familiar. Oh, that feels familiar, but I don't know what it's called. Ah, it's the assault support. Yeah. That's Berong. What is going on here? Cubic? Mutant? Oh, mutant. Cobra jar, right? We're not even halfway through. Don't spam washed yet. We could still, you know, you never know. You never know. Ancient Gear, Megaton Golem. Power Sink Stone. Gotchi. See, we're catching up. Surely. Oh, this looks very familiar. Genesis. Yeah. Oh, this is Flame Ghost. All right. Hieratic. This is the level 4. Gibep. Yeah. Zen TTV, thank you for the raid. We've just started the stream. We're still in the warm-up phase. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. Storm Dragons return. No? Cloud Storm Dragon? Storm... Dark Storm Dragon? No, I don't know what it is. I thought it was return. Loud Cloud the Storm... Okay. It's not Supply Squad, is it? I don't think it is Supply Squad. It's also not Secret Blast, I don't think. Hot Hole Squad? I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that was a thing. Durandama, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Oh, Sun Avalon Dryades. Yeah. I know my plants. You guys know that. Oh, that's the light turtle. The thing that counts as 2 tributes for light monsters. Radiant Spirit. Yeah. Why do I sometimes just remember the effect of a card, even if it's never been relevant, but I don't know the name? Isn't that weird? Get out of here, you stupid Cybers. Who are you? Cybers reminder. Yeah, I didn't need a Cybers reminder. Ice Barrier. Gantala. Totem 5? Yeah. Napian, thank you for the 18. Welcome back. Fire King Onslaught. Will Joshua argue against being washed today? Okay, why is this? Why is this the thing? Trap, tricks, Atrax. Is that the Labyrinth field spell? Yeah. What is this guy called? Sage. It's something Falcos, right? Winged Sage Falcos, that one. Ooh. Spirit Barrier? Another... Okay, I thought it was another Ice Barrier, but... That is... It's Jane. March of the Dark Brigade. Oh. That was an educated guess. I didn't actually know it was that. I don't know what that's called. Stuffed animal. Stuffed animal it is. Esha Moppy, 26 months. That is a long time. Thank you so much. Oh, it's oops. Ghost Trick Ghoul. Volcanic counter. Worm Opera. Yep. Oh, this is the piercing, dark piercing light. No, piercing. No, luminous. Is it luminous? Okay. Oh, not a flower guardian. Not a flower guardian in the last minute. Don't do it to me. Not the flower guardian last minute. Oh, it's the one with the butterflies. Yeah. Maybe I should start guessing the flower guardians. Well, if it isn't Silver's Cry. Oh, it's the little B list soldier. Yep. That's one of the Drytron Medionis, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Dude. Borload Riot? Okay. Unironically, 764. I'm not gonna tell you guys it was a great round. I'm not gonna say it was a great round, but it started horribly, okay? For how bad it started, I thought it was gonna be worse than that, okay? I thought it was gonna be worse than this one. So I think like the second half was okay. I told you he would argue. Dude, it's not a crazy prediction. We have this argument every single day, okay? Like, who are you? You think you're some kind of crazy predictor, someone who can see into the future? We do this every time. Every time. We never do well at this game, incredibly well. We never do terribly. We always do around 700, and then we argue. We bargain on how bad it was or how not bad it was, okay? It's not a crazy prediction. It happens every time. Nefam, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Terror Drac, thank you for the 4. Scamp MC, thank you for the 7. Weehawks, thank you for the 18. Dude, that's a lot of subs this morning. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let's quickly get this one out of the way. And we jump into some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff after. Well, this is technically also Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Okay, we are looking for, wait, this is a level 4 vanilla from back in the day. This looks like a so it's low attack, high defense, so it could be like a mystical elf. Now, who's gonna argue with that one? Who's gonna argue with that one, huh? Oh, now it's rigged. Ah, I see. Okay. If we do absolutely our average, right? Our normal performance, it's washed. And if we do better, if we do good at something, it's rigged. Okay. I can't win. I cannot win. Check him PC is not normally okay. Gamma, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. All right. That out of the way. You can win. You have to do 800 plus, but 900 minus. That was a very weird way to say do 800 to 900 points. But yeah, I guess that I have to do slightly above average so that it's not rigged yet. But it has to be better than like 700 so that you guys don't call it washed, right? That's the we have to meet in the middle, I suppose, right? Between average and rigged. All right. Cool. Yeah, as you can tell, I've got new stream overlays made. So you guys let me know what you think of them. Also the scene transition in between. I hope you guys like the new stuff. I hope it's gonna improve the quality of the stream a little bit. So yeah, you have to do exactly what I predicted to not be washed. Show again. Okay, the transition looks as follows. Hold up. I wanted it to be relatively quick and relatively simple because I don't want it to be distracting or anything like that. I like the old start screen more. I'm kind of torn on whether I want to keep the new, if I want to do this, because it feels very non-personal, right? The older one that we had, because it had my streaming background, it was kind of like yeah, but maybe I'll the starting soon screen I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep yet, but we'll see. The overlays I think are fine. I kept them relatively simple. There's not it doesn't really change that much, right? Like between this and what it was before, I think it's okay. But that also means I can show you the remote duel thing. Well, the top down camera isn't on at the moment. But the remote duel setups are also going to be back, right? So like it looks, this is the new setup for the remote. This is the, you know, the cam for the cards in hand and all that. I think this one's pretty nice. And then obviously in the middle, it's going to have the dual stuff, right? So that's pretty sick, I think. Wordwire, thank you for the 8 months. But yeah, that's that. So I've been we're probably gonna go back to having some dual remote duel content next week. I'm starting to set that up. We might even have a deck building stream tomorrow with the new stuff, and just like build some decks, and then next week we can remote duel with them, that kind of stuff. All right. That being said, for today, we're doing two main things. We're doing two main things today. The first thing we're gonna do in a second is we're gonna check back in with the TCG because we've been playing a lot of Master Duel since the new cards came. And so there was a YCS this past weekend that happened. So we're going to take a look at the state of the format. And we're also going to take a look at some stuff that I was made aware of that people are doing to enjoy this sort of format a little bit more. Because obviously we are in a tier 0 situation right now at the moment. And, you know, I've been pointed to some stuff that we can maybe take a look at in regards to, you know, what you can do in this sort of format to, you know, maybe enjoy it more if Snake Eye isn't your thing, or if tier 0 formats aren't your thing. Talk about Tenpai, please. I have already looked at Tenpais. We're going to take more of a look at Tenpai when the set comes around and is closer. But my latest YouTube video is me looking at Tenpai for the first time. So if you want to see that, just go !YouTube and it's on my main channel. There's a video about Tenpais if you're looking for that. But we are going to look at Tenpai at some point again when it's closer to Legacy of Destruction release for sure. Yeah. All right. That being said, before we hop into some of the more creative things that are happening in this format, including someone topped the regional with Paleozoic tier limits, so I'm gonna definitely take a look at that because that's based. We're checking that out today as well, and then after we're done with TCG, we're going to play some Volcanic in Master Duel, as you can tell from the stream title, obviously. We're going to be checking out Volcanic in Master Duel because I do think the cards are pretty cool, and I haven't actually played Volcanics in the TCG, even though I picked up the cards like a couple months ago, but I never got to actually play with them. So we will do that in Master Duel instead, and I'm looking forward to that. Before we do any of that, though, I want to give a shout out and some exposure to Mr. Cristian Urena. Cristian Urena won a YCS this past weekend, which unfortunately wasn't streamed. So a lot of people didn't really... I mean, I think a lot of it kind of goes under the radar of a lot of people if there's a YCS that isn't streamed. But it was a YCS in Colombia, Medellin to be precise, and he won. And I believe that is his 4th YCS title. I'm not entirely sure. He definitely won a remote duel YCS and a 3v3. Maybe even 2 3v3s. I'm not sure, but I think it's the 4th. 2 3v3s. Yeah, okay. So this is his fourth YCS win, which is very impressive. So I'm gonna link you guys the channel as well, because he's been making YouTube content, and we're gonna check out his video that he made after winning the YCS.
Hey, what's up, guys? Cristian Urena here, and today I'm going to show you guys the combo video part 2. Just a disclaimer, like, just because you know these combos.
Now, this is going to be Snake Eye content, but I still am always looking for good competitive content, and so I do want to take a look at it. We are going to check out other stuff like Pack's 60 card Despia deck and the Paleo tier, but it is I think it's ignorant to just not look at the development in within Snake Eye format. It's a very important learning to see what's going on even in a tier 0 format, because there is still development. It is still Snake Eyes, but I want to check out if there's been some updated. Is there other combos? Is there other approaches to the format? Have we figured out a way how to play through hand traps and all that kind of stuff? I think it is important.
You do them in tournament doesn't mean you're going to win every round or win it like the local or regional or YCS you're playing at. You also have to play correctly after the fact. The first combo video I made kind of explains more about how to play through hand traps and like what to do after you set up your board. This one's going to be more of just like setting up the board, and maybe at the end I'll do a combo where you kind of walk through the hand traps, just because if I did that for every combo, it would just be like a 5-hour video, and I don't think anyone's trying to watch that. So, but yeah, if you like this type of videos and you want me to continue doing them, just make sure to comment, like, and subscribe, and then yeah, we'll start the video. The first combo is going to be if you draw Veiler plus Witch or Original. Or one for one. These are all the same card because they all summon Snake Eye without using your normal summon, and they all just they all do the same thing. So we'll say you started.
I guess for what it's worth,
with Original.
I think it's worth mentioning that I think 1-for-1 isn't exactly the same as opening Diabellstar or Wanted, because what it means. I've talked about this in the past. Maybe in this combo it doesn't matter, but in general, if you open, if you have to get your Snake Eye Ash via Diabellstar, which also means you have to use your original Sinful Spoils, that eliminates the ability to get other level 1 fire monsters with the original Sinful Spoils, right? If you have to use original Sinful Spoils to summon Ash, you can't use it to summon Ponix or Jet Synchron, which does matter in a lot of hands, right? And with that's especially one of the reasons why I like limiting Snake Eye Ash, because then if you have to use the Diabellstar cards to get it, you can't do Jet Synchron or Ponix stuff with the original Sinful Spoils. I think that is worth pointing out. But obviously for this combo, it probably doesn't make a difference. Yeah, you're right. In this combo, I'm assuming it doesn't make a difference.
For which is going to set you original. Your hands like, let's say your hands like Baylor, Mourner.
I'm pretty sure that was the field spell. I think, unless I maybe I didn't see it correctly.
Go activate original. Original is going to set.
Yeah, it was the field spell.
You're going to get Snake Eye Ash.
They cut.
Snake Eye Ash's effect when activate, you're going to get Populous.
But Ash can add the level 1 you wanted to summon? No, most of the time Ash adds Poplar. That's what I'm assuming.
This effect's going to activate, getting you the field spell. You're going to activate the field spell. Get you Oak. Again, if you watch the first combo video, a lot of the combos require you to summon Ash to sack the Oak. It just plays around the most hand traps, and it's just usually the best way to get started. So again, your hands like Baylor. So you're going to use Ash to sack the Oak to summon Flamebridge.
I wonder... I've been thinking about this. If this is something that people consistently go for, I've been wondering whether using Ash Blossom here would be strong. As opposed to, because if they start with Diabellstar, you can obviously Ash the Sinful Spoil. But then if they have another extender, then maybe you are in trouble. But if you Ash this Birch, this Ash or Oak tag out, then it's weak because they didn't normal. Yeah, I guess any normal summon, they go Hita, they take your Ash. Yeah, it's probably still safer to Ash the original. No.
Then you're gonna normal summon the Baylor.
If it's a 1-card combo, Ash anywhere, no difference. See, that's not true. That is not true, because what you have to ask yourself, because if they do this combo, right, and you have an Ash Blossom in your hand, you don't know that it's a 1-card combo. You don't know that they have no extenders in hand. That's not an information that you get, right? You have to use your Ash with imperfect knowledge of their hand, right? You have to think about, okay, where can I Ash so that it does enough and that the chance of them having a way to play through it are lower, right? Like, for example, if you Ash on the original, then they can have a certain number of extender. If you can even Ash the Wanted, right? And if they don't have a way to play, then that's technically the best way to do it, right? But like, you have to think to yourself, since you don't know on how many extenders in hand they are, you have to like think where the Ash is the most likely to succeed, right? And so if you Ash the original in this case, the card that would the easy way they could still play is if they just have normal summon Ash anyways. However, you could make the argument that if they start with Diabellstar, they probably don't have Ash, right? That is something that you could realistically assume is the case, right? And so I think ashing the original seems decent, because most people start with Ash, not with Diabellstar, which could be okay. And it also definitely always, it depends on what the rest of your hand is, right?
To make a formula, you can use Formula's effects to draw you a card. It doesn't matter what you draw again. So your hand's like, right now your hand's gonna be like 3 non-engine. Maybe another Baylor. So you're gonna use Formula, and then you're not gonna use Populous yet. It's important not to use it because you wanna bring it back with the Oak after you get this play. So then you're gonna get to use both of these guys to make a Baron. Then you can use the Dragon's effects to summon back Oak, Ash. And then you can use Oak's effect to summon back that Poplar. You can use these 2 link away for IP. And then you can use these 2 link away for Princess. And then you can use the Poplar to put back your Flamebridge. That way it's a little bit better for follow-up. Then you can use the Princess to special summon Oak. Then you can sack the Oak to special summon another Dragon, and then the Dragon can put Formula, or sorry, IP in your spawn trap for them. So this is your hand. You drew a card off a formula. If you activated one, you get another draw, so you have a fourth card. This combo is a lot better for sure when you have some limit as well. It's basically, you can choose between getting an Appaloosa with Witch, obviously with the combos before, or ending on a hard negate, like a hard Omni negate. It's obviously better versus like Branded or Flunderies or some stuff like that, because you can always turn the IP into Appaloosa as well, or SP, and then you still have that pop from the Promethean as well. So yeah, for this next combo, this is one of my favorite combos we came up with, or at least I came up with this one. Before we were doing this, the Jet Witch combo, we used to do the same way we do the Veiler Witch combo.
This is the sort of work that it is a little bit tedious, right? And the thing is, you kind of have to do this, right? You have to go through the motion of learning all the lines for different combinations in your deck that play around the popular hand traps in the format the best, right? You have to do this kind of stuff. The thing is, when you actually go into a tournament, and this is what people always very much overestimate, I think, is most of the time these sort of standard lines that you have learned are actually not going to happen very often, right? Because especially in the current format, it's like everyone is just throwing hand traps at each other. So it's like most of the time these things are going to be interrupted, and I think that's where the real game begins, right? Like you have to learn how to adjust these sort of things in the right context. So as much as these things are important and good to know, and this video is good, I think it's very important to point out that even if you've learned all the spreadsheet combos for Snake Eyes, that I don't think that is the bread and butter. I don't think that is the important part about learning a deck, right? Which is, I think, why a lot of people that maybe in theory are very well prepared or know all their combo lines from a spreadsheet ins and out, that's not actually what matters the most, I think, in actual tournament gameplay, but it is still important.
Combo. But now that Nibiru is less popular, I think Ash is more popular than Nibiru for sure. You're gonna play around at least Ash, where if you use these two and the other combo doesn't play around Ash. So yep, I'll just get this one started with. So we'll summon Jet. Link the Jet away.
Not everyone uses their interruption well, so you can be caught off guard by that as well. I mean, that is another layer to it. That's like the next step or the next problem that you face, is that you can't really practice a combo line against Ash or against Veiler or against Nibiru, because people throw those kind of cards at different times, right? You have to ask yourself, okay, how weak am I if my opponent chooses to throw it here? What do I do if they throw it here? And then you repeat that for like different combinations of hand traps, and you start getting into the territory of amount of possible combinations of how the game could play out with a given hand. That's impossible to really learn all of them. Like, I don't think it is possible to learn, like, you have like 10 different basic combos or something of different combinations of different amount of extenders. If you have this, you do this. If you have that on top of your cards, you do that. And then it all changes if you draw, I don't know, Cult by the Grave with it, because you can ignore one hand trap. And then you have to learn and relearn all those things with like one hand trap, two hand traps, three hand traps in the mix, or like all that kind of stuff. And it's like, it's legitimately just, you need to learn how to play the game rather than learning all these lines by heart, because there's just too many things you would need to learn.
Effect's going to set your original. Then you're going to discard a card, bring back the Jet. Then you're going to synchro these two away for Savage. This is where the Kendebu effects.
Where is the ban list, Mr. Konami Ambassador? Dude, I don't know.
So Ash get Poplar.
I don't know. I don't make it.
Guess we'll get Oak. And then like all these combos kind of do the same thing, where it's like Ash sack the Oak. You're still gonna be doing the same thing, playing on the same hand traps you can now at this point. Again, chain blocking the Flamebirds. If you watched the first video, it's the same stuff. Then using the Oak to summon back. This time instead of summoning back the Poplar, you summon back the Jet, because you're actually going to reuse it again later. So it's really good here. And then you link away these two. Summon Promethean. Promethean will summon back one of your Snake Eye monsters. Then you're going to sack the Oak, sack the Promethean, summon another Flamebird. And then you use that Jet.
And this is why even the This is why even the lines that place Oak with the field spell need a second Flamberge, because you want to put one in the spell and trap zone again later with Poplar to be safe from Nibiru with the field spell, and then you wanna tag out into another one onto the field because you still need to put that IP Masquerena into the spell and trap zone.
It's gonna go to the graveyard this time, which is nice. And the Snake Ash, and you're gonna make Formula, and the Formula's gonna draw you another card. Draw you like a Mourner, I guess. So yeah.
And we still have to use the Flamberge to put the Masquerena.
This is the Snake Ash. It's not Snake Ash. This is the Witch plus Jet combo. This ends on the God board. This is the best board that I can make. Minus. Oh, also a second thing you can do is instead of making this formula, you can turn this formula into an Appaloosa if you do like the Hida and Selene into Appaloosa. But I like this. This is just the best board that I can make. So I'm just a big fan of this. Anything else? Yep, that's the best board. This is the best. Yeah. You can do with Ash.
So the one thing I don't want to do now, is I don't want to go through 18 minutes of different Snake Eye lines, right? Because I what I just said, right? It's like these are important and good to know, and it is good content. I'm gonna leave you the channel. I'm gonna drop the link once again, even though I do think it's pinned. If you guys want to learn Snake Eye in a lot more detail, make sure you go subscribe to Cristian Urena, newest YCS champion with Snake Eyes. And check out the full video. But I do think it is it was still I wanted to check this out. I wanted to see what this was about. I was hoping he would include the deck list. I don't think it does, because I think this is recorded before the YCS and just published after. But yeah. No thanks. I mean, if you don't want to, that's also okay. You don't need to leave like negative comments like that. That's kind of cringe. Okay. Deck list will come in the next days. Yeah, we'll check it out if it happens. I feel every deck list is the same. It's so dull. See, that is a good segue actually. That's a good segue into a discussion I wanted to have with you guys. That is a discussion I wanted to have with you guys, because it is kind of we are kind of in a weird spot right now, I feel like, when it comes to the TCG, right? And I want to talk about ways how we as a community, that includes you guys, that's why I want to do this live on stream and have a discussion, how we enjoy the game during a format like this one, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a tier 0 format, but like any given time you don't enjoy a format, if that's the case right now, like if there's a tier 0 format out there, how do we avoid getting quote unquote bored by it, right? Because I do feel that way at the moment a little bit, right? Like I don't particularly hate the current format. I also don't love it. And I definitely understand if someone isn't a fan of tier 0 Snake Eye format. That's completely fine. But that's not what this discussion is meant to be about. I don't want to discuss, is this format good or bad? I want to discuss, how do you deal with the fact that maybe you don't like a certain format, right? What do you do if you don't like a certain format? And I think I want to preface this by saying that the ability to even try and enjoy a format that you kind of get bored of is something that is pretty cool to have, because I'm experiencing this honestly for the first time in a long time. Actually, I've said this before in the past, where I don't have to try hard, because I think from my perspective that is the worst part of whenever I don't enjoy a format, is when because I always play, right? To me personally, not playing the game is not an alternative, right? I know for some people it is, and that's okay. For me personally, if there is big tournaments happening and stuff that is important to me on another level, I will go. I will still play, right? If there was a YCS right now, even if I completely hate the format, I go, right? If I'm grinding for Worlds points, I play, right? If there is, like, yeah, good example in chat right now, the format for last year's Master Duel Worlds qualifier, I didn't enjoy it that much, right? But I still did it, right? And so like, those are the hardest times for me as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, is when I don't want to try hard because maybe I don't like the best decks in the format. Like I don't enjoy what they do or whatever, but I still feel forced to play them because I need to perform, right? Or I want to perform rather. I mean, I'm never technically forced to perform, but like if I'm in the world's grind and a new tier 0 deck comes out and I really hate the mirror match, but it is the best deck by far, then I kind of have to do it, right? Like in the current situation, Snake Eyes is a deck that if I was collecting worlds points right now, I would be going to a lot of regionals and I would play pure Snake Eye all day, every day, right? I would be playing, I don't know, 15, 18 hand traps, and we would be comparing opening hands throughout the entire like regional, right? But because I'm not doing that at the moment, right? I'm not collecting worlds points. I haven't been doing that. I haven't been bringing pure Snake Eye with like hand traps to regionals. You know, the past 2 regionals I've gone to, I have played the Board Breaker Sky Striker Snake Eye, which was a lot of fun. And then the week after, or 2 weeks after, I brought the Paleo Pile to regionals, which was also a lot of fun. And I didn't win those regionals, but I still did well for my understanding, and I had a lot of fun, right? And so this is kind of like my way of enjoying a format that I'm getting quote unquote bored of. And I'm never really bored of Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's like when the same deck is popular for a long period of time, it feels a little bit stale. Even though it never is completely stale, there's always some development and there's always something you can improve on. But the like I felt the same way during Tier Limit format, right? Tier Limit mirror matches were interesting and good. There was good Yu-Gi-Oh being played, but after a while, it just felt kind of obnoxious to keep thinking about Ishizu Tier Limit, right? And in the current format, the way I deal with it is I just, if I'm playing tournaments, which there aren't that many, we don't have a YCS at the moment, but like if I'm going to regionals, I'm just like messing around, you know, because I like trying stuff. And that sort of thing, I feel like is a little bit easier in a tier 0 format. I don't know, but I feel like from my perspective, whenever I'm trying to mess around with a rogue deck, right? When I try to mess around with a rogue deck, I feel like that's easier when there is only like one main deck that I need to counter. I don't know if that's because like on the other hand, in a very diverse format, if you want to try something new, you have a better chance of succeeding because if there's a lot of different decks, I think it's usually easier for your deck to be viable as well, you know, like just make it like decent. But right now I've just been like messing around with different things that I haven't been able to mess around with because I've been taking tournaments more seriously. I don't know. So I wanted to hear from you guys what you guys are doing at the moment. Like, are you just like, if you are going to like regionals and stuff or locals or whatever, you know, are you just like, are you running Snake Eyes because you just want to play the best deck, or because you have to, because you're tryharding for points or something? Or are you just like playing rogue decks? Are you playing like the same rogue decks? Are you trying different stuff? Are you maybe not playing, right? Because someone in chat, Nilmi, just said, I do not play at the moment. Is that because you don't have time, or is that because of Snake Eye? Like, is that genuinely something? Because I'm interested in that. I'm interested because I told you my perspective is I never stop playing. Like, I always play, even if I don't like a certain format, because I believe that things will get better, and I just keep up with it. But like, I mean, if someone just like skips a format because they don't like it, that's also like legitimate. Like, that's a legitimate reason to not play, right? Swapping between Volcanics and Infernobles has been fun. That does seem fun. We are gonna try Volcanics later today. I'm tryharding with my lab deck because not enough money for Snake Eyes. You see, I think that I think if you are not that attached to doing well at every single event, then I find this process also very interesting of like taking one specific deck, right, that is not the best deck in the format and just making it like your thing throughout the format to trying to improve that one strategy, right? Like to have like your kind of pet deck in a tier 0 format that isn't the tier 0 deck, so you just try to play that one and do as well as you can over multiple events and try to improve it and make it good against the best deck in the format. I think that's also interesting. Mexit FX, thank you for the 15 months. Do you think rogue decks are underexplored because none of the good players play those? That is something I have mentioned in the past, that I to an extent, I do believe in that. I believe with how many different decks there are in Yu-Gi-Oh! And how many different cards there are, I think there's definitely a case of decks that go under the radar a lot. And you can see this from how often people go back. You can see this in Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh! Because very often when a format is being played, people don't discover a lot of the stuff, right? And like looking back at it, it often changes. Like a couple examples, they are quite a while ago, but like people have discovered countless decks that are better than what people played during Edison format, because Edison format is a super popular Time Wizard format. People play it a lot. People still innovate in it. And people are not playing nowadays. People are not playing in Edison format what they played back in the day, right? The same is true for like hat format, right? Like hat format, I think, is now pretty much being dominated by I think it's like Infernity, which is a deck that wasn't that popular back in the day. And there's other examples of this too. There's definitely other examples of this too. And that just is because people during the actual format, because there's always a time constraint, right? You only have so much time to figure out what's actually good. And you also only have so many events to prove it, because maybe someone has figured out the perfect solution to Snake Eye format and it's some random rogue deck, right? If they bring that to the next YCS, which might as well be maybe the last YCS of tier 0 Snake Eye format, who knows, right? Even if it's the best deck in the room and a crazy solution to the format, they might have a bad day. They might misplay. They might have some bad luck. We might never see it because they don't top, right? It's just, I do believe that there is a lot of unexplored potential in Yu-Gi-Oh! At all times, pretty much, which I think is what makes it so interesting, right? But also frustrating at the same time, because I very often feel like I have ideas that I just don't get to explore enough. Because, you know, like if obviously if I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! 24/7, I could try a lot of stuff, but that's not the case, right? But yeah, I think that's a very interesting topic. I think that is a very, very interesting discussion to have. And there's definitely a paradox as well that you mentioned, where a rogue deck could potentially perform a lot better if the good players played it, right? Because it's not only about the deck that you play, it's also about who plays it. And pro players, let's just say pro players, right? Whatever that means to you, pro players are more inclined to play the best decks in the format because they're the tryhards. They want to perform well. They do what they play what's considered good, right? And then that makes it even less likely for rogue decks or non-popular decks to perform, to shine, because the people that are willing to play rogue decks maybe don't have the means to build them properly, or like to build them to their maximum potential. I don't want this to sound so negative, right? Like it's not like everyone who's playing a rogue deck isn't capable of building a good deck or anything like that. It's just that the majority of the people that are very capable of building and piloting decks to their maximum potential, they play the best decks in the format, right? Most of the time, it's very rare that people mess around with rogue decks at the very high level, right? And that's why a lot more brain power goes into playing and building those and developing those, right? And so like Snake Eyes, for example, is for sure developing at a much more rapid pace and has a bigger curve in terms of improvement opposed to rogue decks. As of now, I'm playing Runic variants, especially the Goaty version. I want to master that deck. I'm using this period to become a good player rather than an average one. See, that's a very good mindset. That is a very good mindset because even if you dislike the Snake Eye format or whatever, right? There's still a lot of lessons to be learned in any given format because different formats teach you different skill sets, right? And maybe if like you learned a lot about breaking boards with board breakers during Unchained format, just hypothetical scenario, right? Maybe you liked Unchained format a lot, and you learned a lot about breaking boards and figuring out your lines going second without drawing too many hand traps, just like good use of board breakers, right? Very important skill set. And now you go into this format and you don't enjoy it so much because you're like, what? I'll get to that in a second. Where was I? So yeah, you learned a lot about board breaking with Unchained during Unchained format, and you really enjoyed that. And so now you're going into this format, so your skill set doesn't really carry over, right? And you don't enjoy the hand trap wars because you were just like, I don't know, you loved Unchained, and so you don't enjoy this one in comparison, right? And so what you maybe don't see, or what you don't like recognize, is that it's a great opportunity from a player perspective to improve in areas that you haven't improved in the past format, because during Unchained format you didn't really need to learn how to use your hand traps because maybe you didn't play any, right? Or because maybe it was much simpler because you played less, or that kind of stuff, right? And so like there are other lessons to be learned in the current format than they were during Unchained format. And that's always the case. That no two Yu-Gi-Oh formats are the same, and there's always skills that you can develop or learn that you haven't learned yet. And I find that very interesting. And that is also part of what keeps me playing during formats that maybe I don't enjoy as much, right? Because one other thing that I find very important to say is that during formats that, especially during the formats where I don't enjoy the gameplay portion, like, I don't know, I didn't enjoy like Goki mirrors or spiral mirrors or whatever, like Adamantipator mirrors or whatever, right? Especially during those periods where you don't enjoy the gameplay portion of the game is typically the time where you can really look into deck building, right? Deck building is usually more important in those kind of formats. And the complete opposite of an example is tier limit format. In tier limit format, deck building was almost irrelevant. Like in tier limit format, almost everyone was playing the same deck, and if not, it was like a couple cards different, but you could legitimately like it was almost irrelevant how you built your tier limit deck during tier Ishizu format, right? But the gameplay was super complicated, right? And so that was a good format for people that maybe they were already good at deck building, but they needed to learn some more like interaction based thinking, you know, like all that kind of stuff. That would have been a good format to play, right? The thing is that people always very often they tend to dislike what they are not good at, right? Like if there's a format where deck building is irrelevant but gameplay is really important, and you're good at deck building and your gameplay isn't the best, you're inclined to not like that format, right? Because your skills are not represented in that format. And rather than seeing it as an opportunity to improve those things that they're missing, people just end up not liking the format, and that makes them not motivated to play the format and all that kind of stuff, right? It's just like a big cycle of if you are able to overcome those sort of things, you can greatly improve in those formats that you don't like. And I'm convinced that I have probably missed some of those opportunities in the past because I didn't enjoy, I don't know, maybe Spiral format, and because of that, I didn't spend enough time on deck building during that period of time, and maybe could have improved a lot at it. You know, who knows? But I think that's one of that's why I liked your comment a lot when you said you're just trying to focus on becoming a good player in general rather than just like performing or focusing on this particular format, right? I think that's a very good point. How do you get good at deck building? That's a very hard question. I mean, like, that is a very hard question to answer. I think deck building is good deck building. I'll probably make a YouTube series on this at some point. It's been floating in the back of my head. I've been wanting to do more discussions like this, and also YouTube videos on it. It's just like, you learn a lot of small lessons over time. There's no one thing I can tell you right now that makes you good at deck building, right? There are a lot of small lessons that you would learn over time. Because like I said, in the one format, maybe this thing matters. In the other format, maybe this thing matters. And like, learning how to approach different formats in deck building is super important. And so you learn a lot of these mini rules, you have a lot of these mini learnings over time. And then I think the most important rule, or the only rule that you need to learn when it comes to deck building, is that there are no rules essentially for deck building, which might sound counterintuitive, but I can tell you from my, I don't know, 20 plus years of playing this game, I have not encountered a single rule, quote unquote, for deck building that always holds up, right? Like, you could think like, oh, always play 40 cards, or less cards is better, or always play the good cards at 3, or whatever. All these things are not always true, right? Even play 3 max season Master Duel is not always true. And that is very important to understand. These things are very good to start with. When you have no idea how to build a deck yet, they are good like groundworks. Like, if you follow some of these ground rules, you will end up with a deck that is solid, right? Like, you will make an okay deck. You will make a solid deck if you follow all these things that people say, right? This, like, make it 40, make it consistent, play 3 ofs, all this kind of stuff, right? That is, those are solid basics, right? To start with, so that you're going to make a solid deck from the get-go, right? But in order to optimize deck building, right, I think it's important to learn when to make exceptions to these things, right? It's very, very important to understand why people say this rather than just following it every single time. Because the core reasoning behind these sort of things is obviously solid. Like, these people say these things with solid reasoning, right? But if you don't understand what that reasoning is, you also won't know when to deviate from it, if that makes sense, right? Sometimes you got to cut good cards for other cards. Well, that's also not the most solid reasoning, right? But like, as an example, right? As an example, this sort of holy grail of a rule that people make of like, hey, you should play 40 cards, right? The theory behind it is solid. And if you understand the theory behind it, then it'll be easier for you to understand when to make an exception, right? For example, or like, rather, the reason why you want to play 40 cards, right? At a basic level is because all the cards you put into your deck, you put there for a good reason, right? You out of all the cards in the universe, you pick the ones that are the best for your deck, right? And so the idea is, or what people mean by consistency, right, is you want to make your deck do the same thing most of the time, right? You want to make sure your deck does what it does every game, if possible, right? So the idea behind playing 40 cards is if you were playing more cards than 40, you could just you could point out which of these cards in these, let's say it's a 45 card deck, you can point to 5 cards and say like, oh, these 5 cards are not essential to my core strategy. If I just eliminate those 5 cards, I'm going to see the important cards to my core strategy more often, right? I'm going to make it more likely for my deck to do what it does best or what it wants to do if I take out some of these cards that are less important to the core strategy of the deck, right? And that makes the deck, quote unquote, more consistent, right? Chances still work the same way in 60 cards. It just depends on the possible number of starters versus deck size. See, this is where it's important to just understand the basic thing. Yeah. So like, in theory, if you could just add cards to your deck, let's say your deck is 40 cards and you can add more cards to it that are just as good as all the cards that you already have in your deck, right? In that regard, technically it wouldn't matter. Like in a completely hypothetical universe where all the cards in your deck are the same quality and you have more cards available in the card pool that are the exact same card quality, yeah, you could play more. You could play 45. If you add 5 cards that are the exact same quality than the existing cards in your deck, sure, right? The reality of things is that most of the time there is a difference in quality, right? Between almost every card in the game, right? I guess for some decks, like maybe, I don't know, if you play a certain deck and like 2 cards could be the exact same thing, but for the most part, there's always a difference in quality between cards, right? And I used to follow this. I used to follow this a lot. If you check most of my YCS deck profiles, especially from back in the day, I would be surprised if not most of them were 40 cards. Like, and usually, like, unironically, most of the time, if you see a deck of mine from the past that's over 40, the reason was probably I didn't know what to cut. Because that is a legitimate reason, and people hate to say it this way. Like, people hate to admit that, but it is a legitimate reason to play over 40. If your reason is, yeah, I think something should be cut here, but I just don't know what, right? That sometimes that was the case. Sometimes I was playing 41 or 42 because I didn't know what to cut. But most of my successful decks from back in the day are 40 card decks, right? And I would say, as a basic rule, I think it still is fair to say that a lot of the time your deck should probably have 40 cards. And you guys are right when you say, oh, but it's just a very small percentages if you add 1 or 2 cards to your deck. That is true. It's not gonna matter immensely, right? But deck building is all about optimization, really. If you want to take it really seriously, it's all about optimization. And when you're trying to optimize something, the argument of, oh, it's just a couple of percentage points, or it's only like 0.5% less to open a starter or whatever if I add 1 card to my 40 card deck, that still goes against like what you're trying to do with optimization. But the thing is, most of the time nowadays in deck building, making these decisions is not just a net positive or a net negative, or like only just positive, just negative. There's always a trade-off, right? Like, for example, people have been mentioning side decking patterns in chat, which is a fair point. If you play more cards in your deck, it is easier to identify the cards that you can side out. You know, it's easier to maybe side in more cards for a specific matchup because you have like some cards in your main deck that you intend to take out after siding. Fair point. That's a benefit. The downside, on the other hand, is if you're siding in a really important card for a matchup in a deck that has more than 40 cards, you have a smaller chance of drawing it, right? And so you're making trade-offs. You're making trade-offs at all times, and I think that's what people don't look at more often than not, right? Because every decision that you make during deck building does not only have positives; it also has negatives, and vice versa, right? And the same is true with just straight up going over 40 cards, right? Because we've been talking a lot about consistency, right? But one other thing that you could mention is if you add more cards to your deck, it also does different things. One example is it goes back a couple years, but I thought about during Necros format, I often thought about playing like random copies of MST or whatever in my deck and going over 40 with it, because your 40 card Necros deck can be incredibly consistent, right? But if your opponent opens a floodgate, which was how a lot of the rogue decks were trying to beat Necros during Necros format, they would like flip Mistake or Anti-Spell or whatever, right? Your 40 card hyper consistent Necros deck might have a 0% chance of outing Mistake. So you just lose, right? So in theory, a 41 card Necros deck that has one MST in it is slightly less consistent than the 40 card version, but on the trade-off, you go from 0% of outing a floodgate to like, I don't know, 16 or something, which is like a very notable increase, right? And so what I'm trying to say is you lose some consistency, but you get some flexibility in what your cards do. 6%? There's no way it's 6%. Hold up. I'm fact checking you on this. I'm being one guide. Hold up. Where is it? Where's my probability calculator? I'm calling you out. 41 cards. MST. One copy. 12.2 going first, but it's floodgates, so going second, it's 15. Which isn't that what I said? I don't know. But yeah, you've been proven wrong. But it doesn't really matter. The exact odds don't really matter for this. I said 16. Okay, I was slightly off. Maybe it's 16 and 40. Maybe that's the number. No, not quite. It's exactly 15 and 40. Well, anyways, you get what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying, and it's like, the reality is, you do want your deck to be consistent. You do want your deck to be able to do what it does, to follow its game plan every single time. But the reality is also that your game plan is not enough in every single game, right? There are games where your opponent's cards beat your game plan. Like, for example, I can draw a super consistent combo hand, but my opponent flips a floodgate. If I don't play an out, I lose, right? So there are some upsides to deviating from this whole, my deck needs to be as consistent as possible, right? And the important part is to be able to understand when to make these exceptions, right? When is it actually worth it to go off of what you normally would do or what you're inclined to do, make it max consistent or whatever, right? And another great example on this is these decks nowadays that play a lot of engine requirements, slash bricks, slash garnets, whatever you want to call it, right? There's a lot of decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! This is also something that has changed over the past years. This wasn't always the case, but nowadays there's a lot of decks that play certain cards because you need them for other cards, and therefore you only play one copy that you don't really want to see, right? Like, I don't know, you literally Gem Knight Garnet, DDD King Requiem or whatever it's called, you know, Unchained Soul of Shayama, Flamberge Dragon, Snake Eye Oak, Original Sinful Spoil, Psy-Frame Driver, you name it. There's an example of one or two of these cards in almost every single Yu-Gi-Oh deck these days, right? Lovely Labyrinth, the Voiceless Voice, like the main deck Soravis, the Voiceless Voice trap card. There's like so many of these nowadays, right? So many cards that you don't actually want to draw, right? The entire adventure package, pretty much, right? So the way I like to call these engine requirements, because you don't want to play those cards, but the engine requires you to play them in your deck, right? And they ruin some of your hands. You know, not every time, you don't lose every time you draw Psy-Frame Driver, but it certainly is a disadvantage. And as a result, there have been cases where you play these sort of decks that have a lot of these cards, and it would actually be optimal to go over 40, right? Dragon Link is a great example of this, right? Because Dragon Link was like a super combo oriented deck that was using some engine requirements like Boot Sector Launch, Dragon Ravine, Absorouter Dragon, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, all those kind of things, right? Which they weren't the end of the world if you drew them. The Rocket Recharger, whatever, right? They weren't the end of the world if you drew them, but you would rather not. You would rather have full gas every single hand. You wouldn't really want those cards, right? And Chaos Dragon Link was a deck where it was relatively easy to add more cards into your deck that kind of do the same thing as all the other engine pieces in your deck, right? So what people did is they had this 40 card core of Dragon Link, and they just added more starters to it, and they added more hand traps to it, so that it would kind of remain the same in terms of your odds of opening starters and opening certain hand traps, or like not certain hand traps, but hand traps in general, right? And then you end up with like a deck that follows almost the same math as what you started with, but with a lower chance of seeing those engine requirements, right? Which as a whole made the deck better, right? All this to say, I think it's important to understand where these basic rules for deck building come from, because that helps you to understand when you don't need to follow them, right? When what you can do to take advantage of the ability to go over 40, right? Because the ability to go over 40, I think, is something that people ignore a lot of the times in deck building, because this idea of having to play 40 is so ingrained in their heads. They think it's like they think it's a set rule that needs to be followed, which is just not true. Very often it's correct. Very often it is correct, but it is not something that is always true. And the same is true when it comes to playing 3-ofs or 2-ofs or 1-ofs, right? Like I've kind of changed my mind on that a little bit. Like because the basic idea behind that one is that you if you decide to put a card into your deck, right? You're basically saying, hey, this card is good in my deck. This card is good this format. I want to see this card, right? So why would you only play 1 or 2 when the card is unlimited, right? If you think the card is good, why wouldn't you play 3? And this especially comes into effect when you play multiple cards at 1 or 2, right? Like for example, I don't know. Let's say I'm playing in my deck. I'm playing 2 Effect Veiler and 2 Ghost Mourners because I think those cards are good in this format. You know, I'm like, okay, well, if you think Effect Veiler and Ghost Mourner are both good this format, and you're playing 2 and 2, don't you think one of them is better than the other, right? Like, don't you think that in reality one of the 2 is better, and you should be playing 3 of that one and less of the other, right? Because technically one of them does take away space from the other, right? And I think most of the time that is also true. Most of the time, when you're playing multiple 2-ofs, you should probably think about which of these cards are better, right, than the others, because usually cards are not the same quality. On the other hand, I think it can be beneficial because a deck that another extreme example, a deck that plays let's say you have 6 slots for hand traps in your deck, right? And there maybe there's one person that would play 3 Ash and 3 Nibiru in those slots, right? That's like the one where you think those are the 2 best hand traps in the format. So you play 3 Ash, 3 Nibiru, right? And then there's another player who plays like, I don't know, 2 Ash, 2 Nibiru, 2 Effect Veiler, which feels criminal at first glance. But once again, it's still important to recognize that even something like this, which goes against all your instincts in deck building, does not only have downsides. Literally, 2 Ash, 2 Nibiru, 2 Valor does not only have downsides to 3 Ash, 3 Nibiru, right? Because, for example, if the player with 3 Ash, 3 Nibiru goes second against the matchup that opens a hand where you would need 3 different hand traps, they cannot win. If your opponent plays Manadium and opens a hand that plays through 2 hand traps, they have a 0% chance of winning it. The other guy with 2 Ash, 2 Nibiru, 2 Valor, their chance is not 0. Their deck might perform better because maybe you play a matchup that requires you to play draw Nibiru plus Valor. Right? The chances are not as good as if they were playing 3 Nibiru, 3 Valor, but they can beat that matchup, right? They can beat the guy that requires you to draw Nibiru with Effect Valor, right? Less odds of opening 2 of the same 2, yes. And I think that's also something that people underestimate, is like this chance of drawing 2 of the same hand trap. Because people do this, right? People do the following thing. When they think about these odds, right? They go ahead. They go like, okay, I'm playing a 40 card deck. I'm drawing a 5 card opening hand. I don't know. I play 3 Ash Blossoms, right? What's the odds that I'm drawing 2, right? Oh, it's only 3.64. That's incredibly low, right? Oh, it's 3.64% to open 2 Ash Blossoms is like 1 in every 30 games, right? That's fine, right? The thing is, if you build your entire deck religiously after these rules, this applies to multiple cards, right? You play so many 3-ofs that it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen multiple times throughout a tournament, right? And that's the other thing, is these individual stats, they only account for 1 game. If you go through a long event, like literally the big European YCSs, to win one of those, you go through 18 best of 3s. And most of these best of 3s go to 3 games, right? So let's say it's not quite the average, but you can play up to 54 games. You can play up to 54 games during a long YCS, and this sort of stuff, it adds up, right? And this is why optimization is so important, even for small percentage points. This calculation also includes chances of you drawing 3. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a small sample size. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be playing 3 Ashes, right? That's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying understand what you're doing is the most important thing. Understand what you're doing and understand what your reasoning is. And this is also not it's also not a freebie to just go ahead and play 2 of everything without thinking about it and getting like, oh, Josh said it's okay. Also not what I said. It's just understand what you're doing and act accordingly. And if you have good reason for playing certain 2-ofs, right, then that might be okay, right? That was way longer than I thought it was gonna be, this discussion, but I think this sort of stuff is important and interesting. Let me know what you guys think of these sort of things. I wanted to have these discussions more often on stream anyways. I don't know why we don't have these more often. But we probably, like, the thing is, in my head, I want to keep these topics for like YouTube videos, but at the same time, we can probably just have them on stream and then turn them into YouTube video. I guess that just works. I think it's fine. How did we start this discussion anyways? Oh, we started about having fun during a tier 0 format. Right. That's how it works. Yes, sir. Yeah. Also, we're ignoring the fact that drawing 2 copies is not always bad, especially if you start. That's another point. I never said that. I mean, you don't lose every game you draw 2 Ashes, right? For certain cards, and that's the thing. For a lot of cards, you accept it. You accept the chance of drawing multiples because they are just that good, right? Most of the hand traps are usually like this, right? Like Ash Blossom, if you want to play Ash Blossom in a format, it's usually because Ash is so good that you accept the risk of drawing multiples, right? Yes, Ash Blossom is once per turn. Yes, there's a chance you draw multiples and they're not that great, but like you're gonna accept it, right? You're gonna accept these chances, right? But maybe there are cards where you don't want to accept it, and that I think is also fine. Is it possible to play a deck without hand traps and board breakers or non-engine in general? It would have to be a deck. I mean, first of all, the reason that the question is why would you do that, right? Because like, I mean, non-engine is good for a reason. It would have to be a deck that is like so powerful that it can break boards and win games going second on its own. Going first, most decks are fine without non-engine. Some decks aren't, but a lot of decks are. But like, I think the closest you're getting is like Runic decks. I hate to bring Runic into every single discussion, but they are deck building wise a very good example and very interesting thing to look at. Runic is one of these. It's very close, but even that deck uses non-engine, right? Like even most Runic decks use non-engine. And if you look at, for example, Bestial Runic, the only reason why that deck is good or was good is when the Bestials function as non-engine essentially too, right? Like the Bestial Runic deck is especially good when banishing a light or a dark from your opponent's graveyard is a good thing in the format, right? Doesn't Tier have just like 3 non-engine slots at most? Tearlament was also very close to this example, right? But you're talking very powerful decks, right? Like basically, in order to be a deck without non-engine in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you have to say like, okay, when I go second, I'm gonna let my opponent do whatever they want, and then I'm gonna be able to deal with it, right? Which is that's a very big statement you're making. And it's not true for most, even Branded it's not true for Branded. Even Branded relies on stuff like Super Poly or Droplet going second. In Tearlament, you could argue like Havness, Kelbeck, they kind of functioned like non-engine, which was part of the reason why Tier was so good, right? Is because a lot of their engine pieces were also non-engine, right? Like Havness and Kelbeck and the Shufflers, they could function as like non-engine technically, right? They had like pseudo hand traps and all that kind of stuff. So I think at this point, I guess the question is, what do you define as non-engine? Like technically Havness wasn't non-engine. Technically Kelbeck also wasn't non-engine, but it's like, you know, in theory, you could think of a deck that no hand traps is absolutely possible. If the format allows for it, and if there are decks that have good synergy with like board breakers, right? To play no hand traps or board breakers, your deck would have to be incredibly powerful. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, because just the statement of I can beat any board that's being thrown at me going second without non-engine it would need to be incredibly powerful for that. Or it could be it's entirely possible to make a meta call like this. Like maybe there's a format where most of the top tier decks make kind of like beatable end boards, but they have like other advantages, right? And so you could like play a deck that plays no hand traps and just beats them with engine. But then you lose if you play against Vanadium or something like that, right? Anyways, on the topic of having fun in a tier 0 format, I wanted to take a look at some examples of players who've been trying to experiment with different things in this format, and I really want to encourage this behavior. I think it's very fun to just go ahead and, if you don't enjoy the best deck in the format, or you just want to have some fresh air or want to play something else, we're gonna check out some deck profiles of people that played decks that are meant to be more fun in this current environment, yet still competitive. They are still well-performing regional deck lists. So I want to give some exposure to that. All right, let me pause the music, and we're gonna look at the Paleo tier deck, but I'm gonna leave that one for last. That's a banger. We're gonna take a look at Hacks 60 card Turbo Despia deck profile. Top 5 most enjoyable decks I've played. Now, top 5 most enjoyable decks when Pack has been playing like Infernoble left and right the past format. I don't know how much it really means, but still. Let's take a look at this.
Yo, what's up guys? So today I just had some of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh moments.
Now if there's a gimmick puppet in here, I'm closing.
Just playing the game with Despia. I played a 60 card turbo variant. Huge shouts to Luca for helping me with the deck and a little bit with the theory. And of course, shout out to Sam, Team X1. You can check out Supreme Pro, use the sleeve, and buy this playmat. Use pack 10 for 10% off. I believe the mat is almost completely sold out, but there's a bundle where you can get Supreme Pros, whites, and the playmat to go along with it, right? So, but yeah, let's go right into the deck profile. So I played Turbo Despia, so I played 60 cards, all gas, no breaks. I felt like I broke pretty much every board. I actually chose to blind second at some point during the tournament because I was like, yo, let's just limit test.
I do think that Branded Despia, I don't know, it's one of those decks where these days I hate playing against Branded. Not because I like find it like too powerful or whatever. It's just been too long. And the deck keeps changing slightly, but it still kind of is the same thing. And I'm just kind of tired of it, especially when I hate Branded End Phase, dude. The Branded End Phase, man, dude, your turn, you ended your turn. Why are we still like, why does it take 10 minutes to get to my turn? But I definitely recognize that playing Branded yourself is very, very fun. 100%. This is not just, it's not meant to just be Branded slander. I do recognize how Branded is a very fun deck. And I do remember Branded was the first deck I returned to IRL tournaments with after the pandemic. And I had a lot of fun with like a Branded deck with like patchwork and all that kind of stuff. It was super dope, right? I my first regional after the pandemic was like a Branded over 40 patchwork, no hand traps. Like it was like patchwork, super poly, droplet, talents kind of deck. It was super dope, very, very fun. It was only like the problem was D barrier was in the format. That was kind of troll to spare, but yeah, no, playing Branded is something that is definitely fun.
But anyways, I played 3 Allure.
Oh yeah, Allure, Tragedies.
Standard, right? 3 Tragedy. This score is really good because not only does it search you pieces of your engine, and I played the Patchwork engine, so like this getting sent to the graveyard is really good. This card allows you to reset all your Branded spells and traps. So I like set back Branded and Red so many times, it was like really, really good for me. So Tragedy was at 3 was like really good. 3 Albion, the Shadow Dragon. This is basically like a crazy upstart in the deck. It thins out your deck by a card, and being able to send out anything you want for this for cost is like really crazy. For more Despia cards, you played 1 ad libitum, just because you want the utility to search it so you can end on triple Mirror Jade. 3 Albaz, because hard drawing this card is not even that bad.
Triple Mirror Jade is cursed. So what do? You summon a Mirror Jade and a Quem. Then your Mirror Jade leaves the field, you bring it back with Quem, and then you fuse with Ad Libitum and the Mirror Jade to make like Dragos Tapelia or Guardian Chimera, and then you bring it back a 3rd time. That's crazy.
I like that. I won a game where I normal summon Albaz going 2nd. It's pretty good. 3 Cartesia. You just want to open as many engine cards as possible because that's going to be how you beat Ash Blossom. A lot of people think you Ash Branded Fusion like the game's over, but it's really not. 2 Quem. A lot of
It often is though. It often is. Not always, but often it is.
People play 1, but the second one is really, really good because it lets you play around Nib. And then having a second copy.
Going 2nd, it's definitely over. Yeah, no, that's true. If you play full gas Branded and your opponent goes first, makes the full board, and then you Branded Fusion, they ash it. Nah, you lost. You did lose.
Is really nice because if you start off with Quem and it gets stopped, you can use
Going first, I can definitely see how you might have some lines around it, for sure. But like going second, nah, I don't believe it.
opening to like get access to another one, and I think that could be like really useful. 3 Edge Imp Chain because it's like really good discard fodder and it gets you like a lot of pluses. 1 Serenade, 1 Lebellion for like the combo, and then 1 Mercury, 1 Gimmick Puppet. This card was ass. I like barely summoned this card. I think like your regular branded end board is like good enough. Like no troll, I'm probably not gonna play this card. Maybe I'll side it, but I don't even think I'll side it because I put it in because everyone was telling me like, oh,
Close it. I kind of want to see it though, man. No, I wanted to see it. Okay, well, unfortunate. Unfortunate. It is what it is. He didn't use it though. Nah, that. I said what I said. I said what I said. Dude, before we hop into this paleo tier profile, I want to give a shout out to this mad lad. This dude, this guy brought this thing to an OCG tournament. I think it was a relatively big one. I don't know how big it was. Oh, there you are. There you are in the chat. There you are. Shout outs. 7-1. Their matchups. They defeated Exo Sister. They defeated Voiceless Voice. I think they lost against Tenpai Dragons. Then how did you lose against Tenpai Dragons? You just Vaboke with them. Anyways. Then the opponent didn't show up. Then they beat Voiceless Voice. They beat Tenpai Dragon. They beat Snake Eyes and they beat Fire King Snake Eyes. Giga Chad. Anyways, dude, I have never ever in my life looked at the OCG and thought to myself, damn, I wish we had their ban list. Until the day that I found out that they have, for this deck specifically, triple Card of Demise, triple Reasoning, and double Grass. That made me wanna play OCG just for like a day, you know? Just for like a short time. I don't want all the changes from the OCG. I don't want Max C or anything like that. And all the other stuff that they did, right? But not that one. That give me that deck, you know? Oh god, that's very, very funny. It's very funny that they pilot 7-1 is like it's pretty damn good too. Master Duel is a good compromise, yeah, but they banned Card of Demise because of all the stun Andes. The stun Andes are legitimately, Card of Demise is such a fun card when it comes to grindy Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It's just that Floodgates and stun Andes ruin everything. Unironically. They have taken that away. Like, Card of Demise in like Paleos is like peak Yu-Gi-Oh. But we can't have nice things because of stun. Can you explain the letters in the tweet behind the decks? I looked at it for a few minutes and I didn't get it. So I know that the O and the X is win and lose. I think S and F is second and first. ET means extra time. And I think that's it. I think that's it. This is stun also, but interactive. That is literally the opposite of stun. This deck, if you've ever played, this deck is the opposite of stun. The opposite of stun. Because you let your opponent cook for like 20 minutes every turn. You have nothing to say. You have nothing to do. Like, you play against Snake Eye, they play for 15 minutes every turn. You're not stunning anything. I wish you could. Did Man win round 8 in one game? Yeah. I mean, unironically, that's like, if your opponent doesn't scoop while you're winning, that's just how it goes. Anyways, shoutouts for using this deck. That made me very happy, seeing that it made its way over into the OCG and has terrified some OCG people. Shoutouts. All right. The now to another TCG equivalent. Now this has nothing to do with my Paleozoic deck, I'm pretty sure. This is just a Paleozoic tier element, which this idea has been floating around in, like, I've seen people play this in Master Duel, and unironically, if this list is just like fire, looks super fun, we might try this in Master Duel, even though it is going to be different because we have no Merly, but we do have Kikkolos. I don't know, but like this seems like a fun little thing, and they top 8'd a regional with this, which is very impressive. Let me see this based deck profile.
What's going on, guys? Aaron from Top Tier Gaming here, coming at you today with my top...
It is 33 minutes, so I'm gonna speed you up just a little bit.
Top 8 Paleozoic tier element deck profile from this last weekend at the Fort Worth Regional. There were
1.5 speed, highly recommended. Okay, well, I put it to 1.25. Now I'm gonna put it to 1.5.
508 players, I believe. So 9 rounds of Swiss. I'm gonna put all my rounds on screen so you can see them, put my die wins, rolls, and losses. That didn't come out right. But yeah, there is a lot.
All right, 500 players, 9 rounds, dice rolls, 4 wins, 5 losses. That's amateur numbers. I would only have 1-1. 702, technically undefeated, lol. Voices Voice win, Snake Eye win, Eldritch Stun win, Voices Voice win, Branded win, draw against Snake Eye Cash, win against Pure Snake Eye, win against Pure Snake Eye, draw against Pure Snake Eye. That's a lot of meta decks. Okay.
I want to talk about this deck because it's one of those decks where I've spent the most theory over the course of like a couple years at this point, like a year and a half, ever since I got my second place finish at the Mississippi Regional I went to at the very end of Power of the Elements format. This deck is something I play off and on, and just sort of depends on the format and if any new cards would come out. Like for this one, Transaction Rollback was a big deal. And yeah, it's one of my favorite decks of all time because it's just so fun. And one of the coolest things I think there is about this deck right now is kind of similar to Branded, where we're in a quote-unquote like tier 0 format with Snake Eye, where it is the most played deck by a large margin, and other engines can't keep up. But decks like this and Branded is another one that I think of. But I'm going to be talking about this deck in specific.
Yo, Pack, thank you for the 24 months. I enjoyed the first 5 minutes of your deck profile. It was pretty cool.
It just like doesn't care. Like I was just letting Snake Eye play and essentially telling them like, yo, yeah, the Snake Eye engine is nice, but watch what my engine can do. And you just play engine to engine and more often than not win. Like I played 5 Snake Eyes at the regional, and as you can see by my rounds, I beat 3 of them. I got 2 draws, which one I think was unavoidable. Like we just started game 3 with like a minute left, so what are you supposed to do? And then one I could have won, but I made an egregious misplay that I'm still mad at myself at. But this was round 9 of the day. I've been playing for like 8 hours, it felt like. And you play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh when you're playing this deck, but again, I have so much I could say about this deck. It's really one of my favorites, and I think the paleo theory when deck building is so different and interesting. But to avoid a 40-minute video, I'm not going to talk about that stuff. If you have questions in the
well, I guess you've avoided a 40-minute video. You've made it 33.
comments,
well done.
feel free to leave them. I'd love to talk about paleo to some extent. And yeah, it's definitely just one of my favorite decks I've played in recent years. And yeah, before we get into the deck profile, I do want to do shout-outs. First of all, shout out Steel Fox Games, my sponsor, for letting me go to these events easier. Shout out like all my opponents, they were all really cool. We had like a lot of good games, and then you know like we had a lot of cool people I like talking to there. Like the Mississippi crew came, Boris was there. Dan, shout out to him again. I shouted out to him last video, so I'm doing it again.
Who showed
Obviously, shout out my friends for driving, cool people. Shout out everyone who came up, which paleo tier, because it's built very differently from more conventional decks, because you just simply see way more of your deck than a deck that plays a more like standard game plan. Because you're milling so much, you will often get down to like 8 cards in deck, meaning some of your ratios are adjusted because like you don't want to see too many of them. Like it's more important than like running a 3 of because you want to see it, because if you see too much of it, it's really bad. And there's actually a lot more to that. I'm trying to simplify it down so that there's not 40 minutes of me like talking about paleo deck theory, because I've spent a lot of time building this deck. But yeah, again, I don't want to take up too much time doing that, because I could literally talk about the weird deck theory of paleo for like 40 minutes. So starting with the monsters, we have the tier elements Merly, the tier elements Havnus, and the tier elements Shiren. I think very obviously these are the tier limit monsters that allow you to do your fusion summons and help you mill. They do everything for the deck, and I think it's pretty obvious we're playing them. Merely, of course, is the best one because she is level 2 Aqua. And by best, I mean she just like fits with the Paleo engine the best as well, just because, you know, level 2 Aqua, there's some synergy there. You can make totally awesome, and that's pretty nice. And Hovness, I actually did Hovness somebody once. Round 9, Hovness did the thing. I activated Hovness round 9 against my Snake Eye opponent, and she milled Tear Cache, Soliak, Meta Noise. The Tear Cache after that, once the chain resolved, I added back Tear Cache and I searched off Soliak. The Tear Cache milled Backjack and Transaction rollback. So I pretty much won that game on turn 0, and that was the only time all day where Hovness did the Hovness thing, but it was actually disgusting. It was so broken. In all my test games, I don't think I've had Hovness mill that good, but yeah, that's my Hovness story of the day. 3 Rhino Heart. Yeah, I'm gonna maximize 3 Rhino Heart just because you always want to see him as a mill or a draw. Like, he's really good at both, which is sort of the theme of this deck, is you want all your mills to be good draws and good mills. That's very, very important, because you have to sacrifice some card quality in this deck, and Rhino Heart is not one of those cards, though. You really want to see him opening hand and as a mill. He does so much, and I think it's, again, pretty obvious we're playing 3 of this. Also, being level 4 water means you can make Bahamut Shark, which we are running in the extra deck. So yeah, 3 Rhino Heart. 3 Tier Elements Kashtira. This is the most spammable of all the tier element monsters. Like, you're going to summon this card probably 6 or 7 times a game. I'm so used to
only seeing this at Master Duel anymore.
18 to 21 cards in that case, and then of course she has her graveyard mill effect that comes up. She really gets the deck going super quickly. There's so many cards that work with Tier Cache that I'll get to as we get through the profile. Next, I played a very small danger package consisting of 1 Nessie and 1 Mothman. I played 2 Nessie in the past, however I decided to cut it down to 1 to play a different card that I will explain once I get there. And I still don't know if that's correct. Again, I could talk about like deck theory and ratios with this deck for a while, so I'm trying not to go that in depth, but I don't know if what I made was the right choice. I don't think there's a right answer for the card I played with this for a second Nessie. But essentially, what these do is they're really good in your bad hands and can discard like really bad cards or cards you want in graveyard, like Solyak, Tribute Karma, things like that, and you get draws and extenders out of it, which is huge. But also, they're good mills. So again, these fit into the category of good draws and good mills because they're really relevant for certain fusions. Like Mothman can make Mud Dragon, and Nessie can make Garura with a tier element. Of course, Nessie can also be used to make Kaleido Heart. So having these is really nice. Just seeing them, like if you see too many of these as mills, they actually have like diminishing returns because you won't be able to fuse with like all of them in a game because there'll just be too many dangers in your graveyard. And then drawing too many of them also has diminishing returns because obviously, like, if you have 2 Nessie in hand, it gets kind of weird. At least that's my experience with these cards. So I do like just playing 2 of them, but I do think 3 with a second Nessie is also pretty viable. Now, 2 of one of just the absolute goats of the entire weekend was to Backjack. This card carried some games on his back. In fact, I could probably attribute like 80% of my wins to Backjack. He was absolutely phenomenal.
I love Backjack.
Overperformed compared to like how he does in testing. Like, he's always good, and that's why I upped him from 1 to 2 in so many of my lists. Like, I've had lists at 1 because when you mill 2, it gets weird. If you draw 2, it gets weird, and that's sort of the sacrifice of playing 2 Backjack. But when you do mill him, it is so powerful because he's
just focusing on this profile, trying to figure out how much of it is viable in Master Duel.
In Paleo tier, when you're milling so much, it just feels so good. Obviously, if you draw him, you can like Shire him away. We do run Link Rebo for the Backjack, and he was
and
so
how it would
good.
Change.
But yeah, I don't want to play 3 just because there is like a real issue of drawing multiple of him, which did happen to me like twice all day. And then when you mill him in multiples, it's also like not that great. I play 2 just to optimize the chance I see him early off of some mills because he does put you so far ahead because he gets you a trap that does something.
I don't want to explain everything in detail. Explains anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But that also nets you a Paleo, so it just gets you more traps for your Paleos, and then also you get the power of whatever trap he set. That's it for monsters. On to spells. I am playing the 1 planet, which this is always something I feel the need to explain, and I have explained it in a few of my other Paleo tier deck profiles, but essentially, every card you've seen in the profile so far is both a good draw and a good mill. Planet does not fit into that category. It is simply a good draw. It is not a good mill. Every time I mill it, I'm quite upset.
Do you have the link to the video? I can link you the video.
Definitely worth the bad mill.
I can link you it. Hold up. Also, Nexo, thank you for the 11 months. And Maxis, thank you for the 4. Appreciate that. Yuri Salad Pie, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that.
Because we are playing Tribute Karma, we do play Barricade Boardwalker that can add this back if it's milled, and Planet is just an insanely powerful card. So like the card quality of drawing it is so good that it's worth sort of breaking the philosophy of you need good draws and good mills. And there are a couple cards like that in this list, but Planet is a little different because it's a spell. It's not like the other cards in the list that I'm going to talk about. But yeah, you definitely should play bare minimum 1 of this. I think you can play more if there's some cards in the list you really don't like.
I didn't even question this because of I've been so Master Duel pilled with tier elements. I was like, yeah, 1 Pearl of Rhino makes perfect sense. That thing is at 3. Okay, interesting, I guess. I guess the idea is that it, like he said, it is not a good mill, but like you need to search it. You need it as a search target for like Tribute Karma. Okay, well that's perfect for Master Duel.
You just want to draw Planet more, I think that's fine. But like late game, especially when you start getting into your grind and you need your mills to be good, Planet kind of takes away from that. So I'm on just the 1 planet, and it was huge for me all day. Just
it's an awful mill, but it's broken. That's the thing, right? Planet is such a good card. I would argue that maybe for that it's worth get it still playing 3. I mean, it was the same thing in like Ishizu tier, right? You would still play 3 planets even if milling it was bad, but like it was such a good card, right?
this should be
Okay, so
pretty
Jam,
obvious.
I think with a
the thing
17.
about Scream that's so good is, again, good draw and good mill, but like, it is almost as good as Planet sometimes. Like, the mill 3 is so insane because it's every turn and it really just turbos through your mills, and like, the more you're milling, eventually your deck just becomes insane because it's nothing but like good mills and tier monsters like the longer the game goes, and Scream really helps you get there quite quickly. The 500 attack loss is also relevant in a deck where you're trying to stay alive for a couple turns usually. Yeah, it's really helpful, but also it's like, again, good draw, good mill. Adding a trap from your deck to your hand is insane because when you're adding a trap in this deck, you're not just adding a trap, right? Like, the trap you add is going to be Soliek or Meta Noise, because those are the traps we play, but it's also bringing back a Paleo. So you are getting just like a critical mass of traps in your hand by milling cards like Scream and other cards in the deck, where your Paleos are then just like facilitated really well. And I do side out one Scream going second sometimes, which is only in rare scenarios where I'm siding like 10 cards. I wouldn't normally side one of these out going second because opening Scream Rhino going second has been just one of my surefire ways to break through like really good boards. Like, it can get you really far. Of course, it does have some like RNG, but that's tier limit for you. Lastly, for spells, one Grief. This card, again, fits the category of good draw, good mill very well. Although for me...
What is Grief again? Banish tier limit trap. Okay. Do you get that often?
At the event in 9 rounds, I only drew this card one time, which is crazy because I usually draw... I drew Planet like 3 or 4 times, bare minimum, so Grief just was like... I drew it less than normal, but it was really good to be milled and add back Banish Traps. That does come up a lot. And the one time I drew was actually against my Eldritch opponent, and he had Rivalry of Warlords face up, so I couldn't even use it. So Grief as a draw did not come up. You
might want to check your... That was from the video. That was insane.
It's just like an extender going first. Like, you open this in Soliek, that's really good because you just send Rhino Heart. It has a lot of implications.
You can banish
like
Soliek with tier cash. Yeah, right.
I definitely like the one. It also gives Kaleido Heart one more option to send if it's destroyed, so that does come up too. On to the traps, which is the bulk of the deck. I think I'm on 22 traps, I'm pretty sure. Starting off with D3 Soliek, yeah, this is something you definitely want to maximize at 3 because you're doing so much milling and it's just Rota for tier limits. You will run through 3 of this very quickly, and this is one of the biggest points of synergy between the packages of Paleo and Tier, is the fact that Morella can send Soliek, and that comes up all the time. I think it's my #1 send off Morella for sure, because then you can get Tier Cash or Hobness, usually Tier Cash, start milling some more. If you had Scream, that's like a mill 6 off Morella.
The fact that this is limited might make this a little bit harder.
Makes Morella even more valuable. Also, Soliek's just an insane card because even if you draw multiple, you can just like flip these and bring back Paleos that comes up. And its effect is insane. Like, Soliek is a bonkers card. It actually does so much. Like, every tier card does so much, but Soliek is one of those that, honestly, I don't understand how this card doesn't have a super rare. That bothers me constantly. But yeah, 3 Soliek for sure. And then lastly is 1 Meta Noise. This card is also insane. The add back from Grave is super, super good. I have played 2 of this in certain lists, but I think when you start running 5 tier traps, you do see some of those more awkward hands where you have like Soliek, Meta Noise, Scream, and then no tier monster. That's always fun. And 1 Meta Noise was completely fine. You can recycle it with Grief. And not only that, you can actually transaction rollback this card, which I think is super funny. Because this is a card that you shouldn't be able to activate twice in one turn, but then you can. And that means like 2 tier limit sends and 2 Book of Moons, which is really good. I didn't transaction rollback this all day. It just didn't come up because there were better cards to rollback. But Meta Noise is one of my favorite tier traps for sure. I think it's just really phenomenal. Now on to the namesake of the deck, the Paleozoic.
One of my favorite tier traps. There's 3.
I'm on 3 Morella and 3 Dinomischus. Yeah, so these are the Paleos of the deck. I'm not playing Canadia like I've done in the past.
It's only 6 Paleos? Oh my god, I've been deceived. I feel betrayed.
Canadia just doesn't make the cut in my opinion anymore. There's so many cards you want to play in this deck. And while Canadia was like good when I played it in like Power of the Elements format the first time, it was still just like okay. And I think these 6 Paleos are the ones that just always do something. I wish I could run Leoncolia because I love Leoncolia with certain cards in this deck like Rise to Full Height, Transaction Rollback. If your tier limits get banished, you can put them back. I think like in a game state where those come up, Leoncolia is insane. However, the problem is you like open Leoncolia, it doesn't do anything. If you only play like 1 like I plan to, most of the time it's just going to be, you know, Paleo mill number 7. And I know 6 Paleos doesn't seem like a lot to like call it Paleo tier, I guess, but these come up way more than you'd think. Like I often have at least 2 or 3 in the graveyard, which is more than enough. That's all you need. If you build too many Paleos, there are huge diminishing returns on it, which is why I actually cut the Canadias from a different one of my lists. If you see like 3 Paleos off a mill, that doesn't feel great because you need other cards to make them good. Unlike a Soliek mill, a Scream mill, a Backjack mill, that are all just really good on their own. You need other cards to make the Paleo mills good. So I felt like 6 is strong because you have like the chance to draw them and to mill them, which is like both are fine. Both get a Paleo in graveyard. So as a draw and a mill, they are both great. And yeah, honestly, these 6 were super strong. I love these cards. I mean, they're one of the highlights of the deck. It just makes you essentially like unkillable with Rise to Full Height, and it gives you so much follow-up on your next turn. And that's really like the main goal of this deck is to set up your Paleos, Rise to Full Height, so that they can stay on the board because they're unaffected by monster effects, and your next follow-up turn is absolutely insane. Also, Dinomischus does randomly give you just like an insane matchup versus decks like the Eldritch deck I played or like Runic's done. On to the other cards that are very similar to Planet, and the fact that their card quality in hand is so good, you just forego the theory of like you need good draws and good mills. The first one of those is Needlebug Nest. Yeah, Needlebug Nest is bonkers for obvious reasons. I think every Paleo list plays this. Even some tier lists play this. This card is the same for Vengeance, and it is not a great mill. However, you do want to run 3, like regardless, because its card quality is so strong. And you can transaction roll back it, so it's not even like the worst mill in the world. You want Backjack to hit this, so yeah, obvious 3 of. And the same can kind of be said about this next card. It's not a great mill. However, the card quality is really, really good, and you want Backjack to hit it. And arguably, it's the only piece of maybe non-engine in the deck, but it really doesn't feel that way because it kind of feels like engine almost. It's 3 Daruma Karma Cannon. And this card, like Backjack, one of the goats of the entire weekend. There's 3 cards that I would attribute like most of the success to, besides obviously like tier engine. It's Backjack, and the second one is Daruma Karma Cannon. This card was insane all day. This card does not feel fair. Versus Snake Eye, which I believe I played 5 of. I think I played 5 pure Snake Eye, where this card's not even as good versus the pure Snake Eye deck. It's better versus the Fire King version. However, even versus pure Snake Eye, this card would just won me like so many games. It doesn't feel fair. Like I sent 4 links off someone's board in one game, which was crazy. It stops their turn when they're pushing.
I do love me some Daruma Karma
defense. Like if they still have Link Rebo, like I didn't SP the Link Rebo or I didn't Dynamiscus the Link Rebo, they can like tribute one of those off, and that's like, you know, it helps their board a little bit, and then Jet can extend. But besides like those cards, which you kind of prep for when you activate Karma Cannon, this card was winning me so many games. And there was a couple games where Back Jack would hit it, and my opponent would just like roll their eyes because like how do you play through Karma Cannon? It's so hard. This card, while not a good mill, can also be transaction rollback, and it makes your Back Jack mill better. So I do think it's worth playing 3 of. I wouldn't change it. I think this card was beyond bonkers, and yeah, definitely one of the goats of the weekend. Next up is a huge change for this deck from any of the versions I played. I decided to only play 2 Rise to Full Height, which is a strange decision because you really want to see this card. However, almost every game I've lost with this deck at the regional I took it to before in Power of the Elements, and the case tournament and
this almost looks like the deck that I played, but with a win condition, which is less fun. We want to grind. We don't need a crazy follow-up turn. We want to stop them with traps, and then we want to set more traps. Right? That's how it works. That's the fun of it.
I went to, or it was some side tournament. Drawing 2 of this card was just like the nail in the coffin. Like drawing 2 of this was so bad, and I'm happy to report I didn't draw 2 of this card once yesterday. Probably because I put it at 2 rather than 3. And you're doing so much milling, especially with the addition of transaction rollback, where like you can hit Needlebug Nest. I was doing so much milling that I was consistently seeing 1 to 2 of this card. There was one game where I had to get down to like 10 cards in deck, and it was like a huge scare for me to get this card in graveyard when I really needed it. I had the transaction rollback and Needlebug Nest, and then I hit both in that mill. Again, there was only like 10 cards in deck after that, so fair enough. That was the only time where I was like actually looking for this card, and I didn't know if I would get to it. But in the worst case scenario, you can always just like Morella this card and feels pretty safe. And you again, like Paleos have the ratio where you can like draw it and it works, you can mill it and it works, but you don't ever want to draw 2 of this. It's so bad. This card, if you don't know, is sort of the only reason I think Paleos as a deck can function. Yeah, it essentially makes it's like threatening roar from graveyard if you're using it effectively, where you rise to full height something and you remove that card from the board, and then your opponent essentially doesn't get to attack anything in their battle phase unless they have an unaffected monster. And that's really good. It's essentially just threatening roar from grave. There's also a nifty play that has never come up for me, but people always talk about it, so it's just like the phantom play that doesn't exist. But if you have like a Garura in defense position and your opponent attacks it and you flip rise to full height on it, it's like 48 defense and deals double damage. That sounds hilarious. I don't think that will ever come up, but it could. And yeah, rise to full height, one of the main reasons Paleo exists. And I didn't have a problem with 2. In fact, I think it helped. But there was that one sketchy moment where I was like, dang, maybe I should have played 3 because I don't know if I'm going to see rise to full height. Next, I have a bunch of 1-of traps, starting with Lost Wind. I think this card is insane in Paleo tier. It is so good, especially once you get into that grind game. This is the card I took out the second Nessie for, and I think the 1 flex spot in the deck. I think you can do a lot of things with the 1 Lost Wind, kind of whatever you want. I chose this card
so
because
you're trying
it does
to send
so
this
much.
with
First of all, it's
Morella?
negate and half attack, which is really strong. But the other thing is it resets itself, which means you activate this card and you negate their monster permanently and you bring back a Paleo. And then it resets itself for your follow-up turn where you, again, permanent negate a card and bring back a Paleo. So it's like 2 Paleos in 1, which is
Dude, Lost Wind, I'm so sad about Lost Wind. Lost Wind feels kind of too bad for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel like it's because they gave it this restriction of it resets itself, but it's banished when it leaves the field, which just barely makes it not good enough. I think if it never banished itself, that would have been too strong in 2017 or whenever it came out. But nowadays, that would make it perfectly fine. Right? That's because that's what they did with Titanocider, right? But then Titanocider is just not as good as Lost Wind. Oh, the effect is just not that good, right?
really strong. Again, you get like this critical mass of traps. It's just a really strong mill that does something and makes your follow-up better. Like you can also play breakthrough skill over this slot, but I think this card's better than that. You can play the second Nessie if you wanted to. But yeah, Lost One was really good for me. Again, I don't think there's a correct answer between whether I wanted to play that or Nessie. I think they both would have come up. But yeah, Lost Wind was actually good for me. And then the third goat of the deck that I was talking about as I've been going through its profile is the Lost Wind, or I said Lost Wind, Vivid Tail. This card was amazing for me all day. Yeah, it was.
Target one card you control, return it to the hand. If this card's in your grave, I mean, they played this as a Mystic Mine out. I remember, but I don't remember exactly what it did. If this card's in your grave, target a face-up card you control. Set this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. If you do, return that card to the hand. What's the point in this deck?
Actually so strong. It did so much. You know, when you draw this, it's 3 traps for Paleos, or it's 2 traps for Paleos, but 3 bounces. So this card with Tier Limits Cash Tier comes up all the time to just give one, like you summon the same tier cash.
You bounce your
like,
tier
4
cash.
times if you
Okay.
draw this card and tier cash, which is a lot of milling. And Vivid Tail definitely overperformed. Like it's been good in testing, and I've kept it ever since I've been playing this deck. But like it overperformed at the regional, did way more than it ever has in testing. And yeah, Vivid Tail, very strong card. And then we have the last 2 cards of the deck, which are actually like the opposite of Planet and Needlebug Nest, where they're good draws and not good mills. These are bad draws but good mills, and there's only 2 because their card quality is so awful. You don't want to draw these in multiples, but it's Tribute Karma and the Transaction Rollback. These can both be Morella, which helps. The issue is when you draw them. These are the main reason we actually run Barricade Board Blocker, although it's also really helpful for adding back Scream and Planet from your graveyard and just being a like Link 2 you can climb into to make Sprint. But yeah, these cards are just absolutely amazing when they're in your graveyard. Like they do so much. Transaction Rollback hitting Daruma Karma Cannon came out more times than I can count. Needlebug Nest was a huge target. Morella I think was once. Dynamiscus was once or twice. And then Tribute Karma adding Planet or Scream or Solyak or Meta Noise or Grief. Those are all your targets. They're all really strong. And if you mill this, especially on your first turn, it can just go so much farther than it should have. But yeah, they're awful draws. So that is
only one rollback. Yeah, it's kind of like. I mean, they're explaining it well, right? They're. I mean, you'd hope so with how long it is. But the idea is that you can't play too many of these cards that are awful to draw, right? Which is, I think that's fair enough. I think if this was playing like triple rollback, triple rise to full height, triple Trivy Karma or whatever, like yeah, you'd have banger mills, but like a couple of your cards every hand would kind of be dead. You'd need a way to get these out of your hand, like I don't know, maybe like Trap Tantalizing Tune or something like that.
Pricing of card quality in our hand just for really good mills.
So imagine Trap Tantalizing Tune, discard Trivy Karma. How good is that?
And I think Tier Limit will just always have some of that to some extent. But yeah, that is it for the main deck. That took a long time. I should probably recommend people to watch this in 1.5 times speed. But yeah, that is the 40 card main deck. On to the extra deck. 1 Link Rebo for the normal summon backjack technique. Yeah, I think you do need this card just in case you only draw backjack. It does come up. 1 IP Master Urena. This card is one of your main end board pieces. In fact,
it's also interesting that there is no Fiend Griefing for the backjack. I feel like Fiend Griefing is... It's not entirely necessary for backjack, but I kind of view it as like, if you're playing backjack, that card just becomes very, very strong. And you might as well play it. But like, yeah, I guess they were trying to keep it somewhat low to like lower the 40 cards, closer to 40
mostly my
cards.
end board, unless my hand is like mostly tier, and then it's usually this and like totally awesome. This card is bonkers because it can go into SP Little Knight, which is one of the best cards for this deck, and like every deck, not much to explain with SP. 1 Sprint you can also make with the IP Master Arena. This card is very good for obviously dumping tier limits Merly, which comes up quite often because it's tier limits. And then you sometimes have Bahamut Shark left on your board, or like a hard made totally awesome where his effect becomes relevant. 1 Barricade board for, I pretty much talked about this card already throughout the deck profile, but yeah, he's really strong for discarding like Trivy Karma, Transaction Rollback, just being Link 2, that's pretty generic. And then 1 Dark, which this has been my flex spot in the extra deck, and Dark didn't come up for me all day, so I still think this card can be sort of adjusted to be something better. I don't know what that would be. Like this one card, I haven't found any card that like comes up more often than another. In theory, Dark is like one of the best slots here because like even when he's not good in like a bad hand, you can like crash into something and search a tier limit. He can also steal like really strong cards from your opponent's graveyard, like especially in the branded matchup. He should be good. He's also like just 2 monsters turning into Sprite Sprint if they do have a monster engrave. So I think Dark is fine, but I think you can also toy around with this slot. And that's it for all the links. Then the fusions, we're on to Kaleido Heart. This is the only card I played 2 of in my extra deck, and I definitely had Unicorn used on me once because I played against essentially Kashtira Snake Eye. And he looked at my extra deck and went, dang, 2 Kaleido Hearts. And I'm like, yeah, this card doesn't cut, like I'm not playing it because Unicorn exists. Like that's not the reason it's a 2 of. It's just I actually make 2 of this like quite often because this is a grind deck. You will get into the grind.
I feel like Link Spider would come up for turning Paleos into like SP. Probably, yeah. That was one of the things I wanted to do that in my Paleo deck. But then I decided to instead play the Gigantic so that you could like turn them into effect monsters that way. Because if you just turn them into Link Spider, they get banished, and that's kind of whack.
Game very often. If you lose 1, winning becomes harder. So I simply decided to play 2 because I'm always in the grind game, and 2 comes up quite often. So 2 Kaleido Heart, and then the very standard tier limit fusions of Mud Dragon, who's insane. Being level 4 water is also insane. The Garura and the Dragostapelia. These all come up, and they sort of perform like, specifically Mud Dragon and Dragostapelia perform like an infinite loop with each other as long as you don't put both on the board at the same time, which I try not to, unless I know putting up both wins.
I pulled both Paleo Xyz as Royal Rares and never dismantled them. Yeah, why would you do that? That's criminal offense to dismantle Royal Paleo Xyz. Also hand them over now.
Me the game. Because otherwise you might end up in a weird spot where you can't fuse with your tiers, which can make your grind game worse. But yeah, all of these were phenomenal all day. Dragostapelia gets summoned the least. I think I summoned it 2 or 3 times, but every time I did it was good, even if it was just as like a 27 body. Now on to the Xyz monsters, which there aren't that many, but they're very important because obviously one of them is Okabinia, which is good for Paleo stuff. This comes up quite often. And Totally Awesome, who I summoned like twice in one turn, like several times throughout the day. Toad is definitely the better of the Xyz in this list. Back when I was running 9 Paleos, I think Okabinia was the better one. But Toad definitely was outperforming Okabinia this event. What's really nice about these is they're Aqua monsters, so you can put them back for Kaleido Heart if they're in graveyard and you need another one. So yeah, both of these were great, and they're your Link 2s that you go into. And I said Link 2s, but I meant rank 2s. And then Bahamut Shark. This is the only Xyz I'm running, so it means like I can't Xyz with my Shiren, which is unfortunate, but I don't think Redoer has like ever come up for me really. At least not too often. There's been maybe a couple times where Redoer would have been cool, so maybe you can replace Dark with that. But Bahamut Shark comes up a lot just when you see multiple Rhino Heart, or you make Mud Dragon turn 1 and you can make this, and it just gets another Toad and then provides like Link fodder. So Bahamut Shark was great all day. And the last card I chose to play was actually Typhon, who I summoned 2 or 3 times, and he was like solid enough. He didn't ever really do too much, but he did bait some interrupts, which made my traps on the next turn like a little better. On to the side deck, which first we did have our Field Center. So Kit Kalos was there. We're still playing, Kit Kalos in Spirit with the Field Center, so very nice. But yeah, on to the side deck. This side deck, I think there was some really cool theory with it. I had a lot of fun with, especially the first 7 cards I'm going to show, and I think they were really great for the deck. Because again, one of the things about this deck that I love is it just goes like, it's really stubborn. Isn't exactly the word I want to use, but the way I'm running it is essentially like I don't care like what your engine does. I'm going to beat you engine versus engine. That I think is like really cool about the deck. It's just like tier limits at its strongest, where it's like, hey, your deck, yeah, Snake Eye's a strong engine, but I'm here to go like mono e mono, engine versus engine, just try to win like that. And the side deck, these next 7 cards are kind of the same. Again, this deck has like almost no non-engine except arguably Daruma Cannon. But the first cards are 3 Impulse and Fire
please
Hacker.
Tell me you're playing Magical Spring.
Good. It came up 2 or 3 times and it was great every time. There is a downside of siding this. If you don't know what this package does, essentially your opponent activates something like Snake Eye's Ash. You chain Impulse, Special Fire Attacker, and because they added a card from the main deck to their hand, you can draw 2 cards and discard 1, which is insane. I had games with discarded Backjack, which was the most relevant, because discarding Backjack goes so crazy because then you can set Karma Cannon on their turn if you get fortunate enough, or Needle
the next card has to be Magical
discarding
Spring.
Zodiac with this card is amazing, and it just gets your engine going faster at like a +1 or 2, and that's really strong. The downsides of siding this in is it makes your deck worse as like the game goes on. This is one of those cards that are just a good draw, not a good mill, but I felt that was worth it. So you start milling these, and unless
there's no way this deck doesn't run Magical
it
Spring.
can put you quite far behind because you're not getting anywhere when you mill these. In fact, it makes it worse because you're putting fires in your graveyard. But it didn't really come up. Like every time I sided this, I was happy. And when I drew Impulse 2 or 3 times, it was very strong and definitely put me at least a turn or two ahead. It felt like it's very, very strong. And then besides those 4, the next 3 cards that were also super fun are the Phantasmes. So running all 7 of these Impulses and the Phantasmes,
that means there's no how is there no magical
Phantasme
spring?
can also put back the Fire Attacker if you draw it, which helps these 2 engines kind of work together. You can draw into Impulse, or Fire Attacker to draw into Phantasme, puts 2 bodies on your board, and they both drew you cards. And in case of Fire Attacker discarded one, it sculpted your hand. It was very strong. And Phantasme is actually not a bad
This is the one thing you can say about this format, whatever you want, but I love the fact that we were playing cards like Phantasme, Impulse, and Magical Spring at the moment. It's so cool.
You can make Mud Dragon with him, which is quite relevant. So when you side Phantasme, it doesn't feel that bad.
Well, they're not playing Magical Spring, but I am.
So yeah, I was pretty happy with this
that
side
card.
deck,
Is so
and
fun.
they definitely performed for me. And there's like another card where these 7 are relevant that I'll get to in
all those cards are so fun.
The next 2 cards I think are pretty obvious. It is the Shufflers. Ishizu is still here represented in the tier deck. And yeah, these cards didn't get sided that much. I actually didn't side these very often for the Snake Eye decks. Because they can just be like really bad draws. But this is really good for the stun deck.
Magical Spring is mediocre versus pure
instantly
Snake Eye. It's okay. Like you still, worst case, usually draw 2, discard 1. It's fine.
Opponent, these came in instantly. But yeah, versus the stun decks, this was great. And versus my Eldritch opponent, which was actually quite a hard match, these came up huge, and definitely I contribute that win to the Ishizu cards. All right,
but
next up
you're right. If it was just for pure Snake Eye, you probably wouldn't play it. But it's also just like it's insane against Fire King Snake Eye. It's also very good against Voiceless Voice. Like it has a couple of random matchups where it's just like solid. Because like so many decks have like field spells and so on and so forth. Why is Magical Spring good? Well, it's like draw 2, discard 1, or draw 3, discard 1. Do you need me to explain to you why that is good?
Surely a part of the side deck, definitely one of the side deck cards of all time. And again, this is another card where the Phantasmes and the Impulse Fire Attacker engine comes up, and that is we are playing 3 Dogwood. Yep, this is a card. I only drew it once or twice, but it was very good when I drew it.
This seems like the kind of deck that doesn't
You're playing
need that,
Paleozoic, you need this card. Sometimes you just need to gain life points, and this card does have a maxi effect. Like, this card is actually pretty strong, especially in a deck like Paleozoic where you're running Rise to full height. But yeah, that is enough about Dogwood. And then we also played 1 Scattershot. We are running Sprite Sprint, so this can come up to deal 500 damage. Maybe finish your opponent if they're at, they took 7,500 and you can send Scattershot and burn them. And then also it's level 2, so you can have a Paleozoic and you can normal summon Scattershot and make Opabinia. Scattershot is very cool. That's all on these cards. They're there. All right, now for the go first side.
I've made Opabinia with Scattershot. That feels weird, man. I've been there. It feels weird.
The side deck, something I actually want to talk about, unlike the last 4 cards that are gross. We have 1 Tear Limits Crime. This is like a decent go first card, and I've definitely sided it in a couple times if I did happen to go first, especially versus the Eldritch matchup. That's the one time I drew it, and it actually negated something was versus that match. So yeah, Tear Limits Crime is there. It was actually better to be milled and add back banished Tear Limits when your opponent side in Bestials, or you're playing against Runic or something. Crime comes up for that, although I didn't play against Runic. And then Ultimate Despair, Mayakashi Trap. I'm happy to report I didn't use this card all day. That's pretty cool. But the theory is when you're going first, the best way you can like go first in this deck and beat crazy board breakers is to put something in your graveyard like the Mayakashi Trap and Transaction Rollback. Again, that didn't come up for me.
Unironically, this card is Troll Despair, but I was thinking about using it in my Paleo deck too. Because it feels like, like the deck, like I said, it technically wasn't designed to be a stun deck. And it wasn't meant to like skip your opponent's turns, but in reality, it would help. It would help to skip your opponent's turn every once in a while. Every once in a while, you're playing a trap deck, it feels nice if your opponent doesn't sit there and play for 20 minutes,
Today, but in testing it has. In fact, one test game, I had Teal Limits Kashtira mill both this and Transaction Rollback, and my opponent quit. And that was pretty nifty. But yeah, it's there for rollback, and then your opponent can't summon anything that turn. Obviously, it's a turn skip. It's really gross. And because you're running Morella and mill so much, I thought it was worth running, even though you don't have Beatrice. But yeah, I chose to side deck it because I don't think it's worth in the main. And yeah, that is it for my deck profile. That probably took 6 years. I'm sorry. But yeah, thanks for watching.
It was almost 6 years, but no, that was fun. I might try messing around with that in Master Duel as well. But before we do any of that, I want to give another quick shout out. If you've been here yesterday, you already know about this. Actually, let me wait a second because I think there's an ad running. Oh, what is this? Any updates to Striker Snake Eyes? I haven't made up my mind about what I want to change about it in particular. I don't remember if I said anything during the deck profile of what I want. What did I want to change from it? I don't think you need the second Widow Anchor. Or maybe you do. I don't remember. I quite liked it, honestly. I quite liked it. But what we can absolutely do, what I can absolutely do is we can talk about that. I have probably tomorrow we're gonna do some deck building anyways with like IRL cards on my desk, and we can look at that and make like an updated version of it. I don't mind. We can do that. Pack went around saying you need more Shark Cannon. See, that's the thing. Both Shark Cannon and Widow Anchor can be incredibly strong for like specifically the Snake Eye matchup, and like even like Voiceless Voice, I guess maybe it can be more Shark Cannons. Like maybe it can be. Pack said triple Shark Cannon is necessary. So like there's one thing that you can do against Snake Eyes that I think is very underexplored with certain decks. Like you can outgrind Snake Eye by banishing some of their key pieces, right? And so like I was thinking about playing multiple Shark Cannons and trying to make that the goal of the deck, you know, to like outgrind Snake Eye by banishing. Like for example, if you banish, technically you only really need 3 banishes. You need to banish the 2 Flamberges and the Promethean. If you do that, the deck feels really mediocre afterwards. That is a hard task though, right? Like you need to banish a lot of stuff for that, but and you still need to deal with the first board that they make somehow without dying to that, right? And so it's definitely not easy. But yeah, that could be your goal, to beat them in the grind game like this, right? Maybe he was thinking on stealing Snake Eyes. No, I mean like Shark Cannon can also be very good as an enabler for your own stuff. But yeah, my problem was with running multiple Shark Cannons or Widow Anchors is like they aren't that great right off the bat, right? You need to set up spells in the graveyard before those cards are good, and that is not always that trivial, right? I had a Runic Destruction hit both my Flamberges last week. Yeah, that sounds like a skill issue, Jordan. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why you would let it do that. I don't know why you would let them banish both Flamberges with a single thingy. Anyways, another quick announcement before we hop over and play some of these Yu-Gi-Oh decks ourselves. I want to play some Volcanic and some maybe some Paleo tier today. I have announced this yesterday already, but we do have a new sponsor on the channel, and it is finally time. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, but I can finally recommend you guys a place to get the same oversleeves that I'm using. I get this question every time I have real cards on my desk, and you guys can see them, which oversleeves I'm using, and it's exactly these. The Dragon Shield Clear Matte Outer Sleeves. Those are the ones that I'm using. And I have a sponsor now that doesn't only sell sleeves, but they do have them as well. And they're called Holon Card Shop. They are an OTS store based in Germany, but they do ship worldwide. And they have all sorts of stuff, including the oversleeves that I'm using, as well as all kinds of other stuff. Most interestingly for you guys, they also have OCG sleeves at a pretty fair price. And they also sell them for, you can get the full package, or you can also only get 15 if you only want to sleeve like your extra deck. And then suddenly it's like, you know, you want these just for your extra deck, it's like $4, or you want the Pot of Greed ones, it's like $10. It's less expensive. But yeah, all kinds of good stuff. What oversleeves are you using? Brother in Christ, I said it like 2 seconds ago. These ones right here. Anyways, yugioh exclamation mark Holon. And you use Josh 5 for 5%. So make sure to check out the store. They got singles, they've got accessories, they've got OCG sleeves, they've got Pokemon Center exclusive merch, and all kinds of other stuff. So check it out. I hope you like the store. I hope you like the prices, and you can use Josh 5 for 5% off. Okay, that's it for the ad. You guys go and check if you need anything from them. Okay. Cool. What sleeves are you using? Well, that changes. I do like OCG sleeves a lot. Currently, I'm using the world sleeves, which if you use oversleeves, that's the biggest upside of playing oversleeves or using oversleeves, is that these OCG sleeves, they just last forever if you have oversleeves on. So I've been using the world sleeves ever since, and I don't think I didn't have to change a single one yet. New Raika cards. I am aware Because you guys have said it a couple times, and I'm refreshing YG organization in the second tab, but they are not up there yet. But we will react to them as soon as they are up. Zeba Viking, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. All right. Blazing Arena pack ticket. Let's go. Special ticket. Now, if I pull my bonfire now, after I've crafted them, I've pulled 0 bonfire. If this... Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good because it's not bonfire. I would have been mad if that was bonfire. You pulled one? Oh, right, I pulled one. I lied. No, I pulled one. You're right. I pulled one. I have lied. I'm sorry. Okay. 2 options now. 2 options now. Paleo tier or volcanic? I think I'm seeing more volcanics, but we will do both at some point anyways, guys. Don't worry about it. I need more deck slots. Where do I get these? But there's only 7 days left for the Baguska mate. They got me. They got me with the limited time offer. I've been baited. Now I only have 1 gem to my name. I need to make some room here. I'm never playing Vanadium. Let's get rid of that. I'm also never really playing super heavy, right? For now. Okay, so the thing with volcanics, there's 2 ways we can play these, right? We can play volcanic like the FTK thingy, or we can play volcanic runic. I don't really want to FTK people. Let me see, how many volcanic cards do I have? Am I missing any ultras? Dude, that's an ultra rare? I have 1 crafting point. Oh, why is it an ultra rare, man? I also only have 2 troopers. I'm not Pepega crediting for volcanics. Hold up. Tier paleo it is. Hold up. Screw Singularity. Farm Girl. This guy. I have multiple anyways. Oh, why do I have Prime Heart? I don't need that. I think we'll be fine. We'll find some stuff. I'm such a hoarder, man. I have to wait with this, right? Yeah. Dude, thank God they semi-limited Unicorn, because I have 2 regular and 1 glossy. I can finally get rid of the glossy. Feels good, man. Ashoka Pillar. I mean, the thing is, this card is technically not bad. I'm gonna keep it around. Like I said, I'm a hoarder. I have no choice. You don't need 2 Trishulas though. So this is barely not enough yet. I need 1 more Ultra. 1 more. Keep it for what? None of your business. None of your business. Do you really need the Libro stuff? I mean, probably not. I guess it is just one Doombroker. If I ever really want to go back to Libromancer, I could craft that one Doombroker. It's not the end of the world. Okay, sure. All right, so we can craft... I'm assuming I only need one reload, right? So, Trooper... Do I even need this one? I guess it is a really good banish discard for Hugin if we play Volcanic. Anyways. What's the basic idea gonna be? What is the basic idea gonna be if we build Volcanic Runic? Surely it's gotta be that we have like infinite free discards for Hugin. We need... And then do we win like slowly with burn or what? So technically, let me just put all the cards that I think are good Volcanic cards in first. So this Trooper's good. Emperor is good. And then you have like Blaze Accelerator, right? So I can just generate this guy. Okay, just to recap for myself as well, right? Just to recap what these cards do. We have obviously Volcanic Shell. Pay 500, add another shell from deck to hand. We have Rimfire. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can activate one of these effects, and you can use both effects per turn. You can banish this from grave and then send the Volcanic from deck to grave. So it's basically another Foolish for another Volcanic. Or you banish a Blaze Accelerator from face-up field or graveyard, and if you do, place a Blaze Accelerator continuous spell trap from hand or deck face-up on the field. So this can... Yeah, this is pretty good. Scatter Shot is deal damage and blow up the board. I think if you want to make this a Runic Volcanic deck, the strategy should probably be have infinite discards for like Hugin and stuff, even though I mean Fountain is at 1. I feel like we would have to set up this face up on the field for it to be worth it. Isn't this too many normals? I mean, this is not the build yet. I just put all the Volcanic cards that I think are good into the thing. And then we might even play like one of the traps. There's a Volcanic. I think Emission is the better one. Activate one of these effects. Take a Volcanic. Deck, add it to hand. No, this one is better, I think. In this deck. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, banish a Pyro from the grave, inflict 500 damage. Then, if you banish a Volcanic, negate that effect. During your opponent's end phase, target 2 Volcanics that are banished or in the grave. Place them on the bottom in any order. Yeah. If you show up to German Nats with Runic Tenpai, we will have serious issues. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have a serious issue too, because I'm not gonna have a battle phase. What's the fire recovery, right? Is the thing target a fire, send a card, special summon. I'm still struggling to see what the game plan would be. This seems like super control heavy. Because the only way I see this going at the moment is like you can use the Volcanics as like a card advantage engine to, like, you want to place a Blaze Excella reload face up, which means you can discard and draw every turn with infinite discard fodder. And then you can blow up your opponent's board with scatter shots over and over. And you try to recycle the scatter shots, right? But how do you recycle scatter shots effectively in this deck? Because this only recycles 2 in your opponent's end phase. That doesn't seem great. The other way is obviously fire recovery. But the question for this deck is, what do you do with your Hugin in the extra monster zone? Nothing, right? You have no synergy with it. Bonfire? Yeah, we can play Bonfire. I guess we would have to play like some Snake Eye cards in here. Max C mod check. I mean, this is going to be a crazy abomination of like 60 cards. So we're gonna fit some of these cards. Don't worry about it. Well, I mean, do worry about it, but at the same time, don't worry about it. You know. No, this one's not good. Hold up. Do we even need Oak? And then, like, what is Runic doing here? Don't worry about it. You don't play grass? You could play grass in this. Winkaribo. What if we do worry about it? Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you. Delete this deck. Dude. Dude, what do I even make in the extra deck? Promethean. Zolantis. Amlo Whale. Sunlight Wolf seems good. With Heat Soul. Draw more. Perfect. Okay, let me... Just for a better understanding of what we're working with here, let me play a game. This is probably not gonna go well. We are ready. We are so ready for rank. We've never been this ready. We were born ready. What about the rank 4 Banshee to search Pyros? I don't know. Wait, I put Flamberge in here? I didn't even... dude, I'm managing to draw Flamberge in any life circumstance. I'm the best player you know at drawing Flamberge. I put one Flamberge in 60 cards, I open it. I don't even remember putting into the deck and I still draw it. That's how bad the situation is. I'm not even 100% sure I did actually put it into the deck. It may have just been manifested. Maybe it wasn't there. They discarded a Maxi, which is scary because that probably means they have another one. I also have not drawn a single Volcanic card, which is kind of concerning. They do play 2 Deer Notes. New cards after you lose? Oh, it's gonna be a while until you get the new cards then. It's gonna be a while. Kappa. Banlist baiter? Where? Oh, there was a banlist baiter. Get him, mods! The Rika cards are up? Yeah, I already have them open in another tab. Don't worry about it. We'll look at them soon enough. Okay, target effect monster negate its effects. Okay. What do you mean set 4? Ah. Just gonna bounce the Gary, I guess. Sure. Okay. Eris Aether, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, it's not looking too hot. I don't know if they have a way to deal with Fountain. Hopefully not. Don't know. It's most likely stuff like Called By. Cool Volcanic deck? I know, thank you. Dude, it's not one normal summon, it's two. Let's go. The situation is rough. I can get both of them out if I get the Blaze Accelerator out. The problem is, will they let me do all that? I wish we had Lina. Is there a Dark Monster? There's no Dark Monster. There's no way they just let me get the Blaze Accelerator. I guess since Rocket is not once per turn, I can try again. I'm making IP just in case they have the thing that destroys. There's a Punk Trap that destroys, right? It's probably just another, like, imperm. Although I am questioning why they didn't... Why they discarded Maxi out of all things when they didn't have another one. Oh. Oh. Okay. Annoying. Okay. Well, I mean, not too bad, honestly, so far, for what it's worth. If I use this to Special Trooper... Okay, what if... Sunlight Wolf... Special Volcanic from your hand. Why didn't they call by the rocket? I mean, the thing is, the Promethean Princess doesn't target. So I'm gonna add back rocket. Discard the rocket again. That's fucked up. I wanted to bring that back, but okay. Well, I mean, not even that bad, honestly. For playing through, what was it? Valor, Gabu, Droll, called by, and Bounce. That wasn't too bad. Not too shabby. It's still not looking good, but... Oh, they drew a punk, dude. That's unfortunate. That was like the one thing I wanted them not to draw, was a punk monster. Foxy Tune. Well, that is one of the weaker ones. Well, I guess they can just make... What do they make? Just like Punisher? Banish my fountain? Which only works because I gave them the token. But obviously I gave them the token because I wanted to use Princess. I didn't think it would stay. Because the second called by was the only thing that would prevent that. Pep only banishes monsters. Isn't it one of your monsters and one of their cards? I think. I thought so. Have you tried Salad post Phantom Nightmare in TCG? I have not. But it looks fun. Any fires engraved? They didn't. They didn't. Otherwise, I had plays with Hita, yeah. I was thinking about making Unicorn to get rid of their Shirakuzai. The problem is I then have to discard my only Runic, which is kind of the only thing that's keeping me in this game. I don't know what they are doing. I don't think this is particularly hard, but I guess this thing also provides good follow-up. Right? That's pretty strong, isn't it? Yugi Wang, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Also, Rapzilla, thank you for the prime. If it was Ziaman, the spelling would have gone in. I mean, not really, because they also triggered this to draw. What are you doing, man? There you go. You found it. Only took you like 2 minutes. Strong. Yeah. Nice. Very hard. Okay. This Pep does not feel outable. So we have to win by burn damage, right? That would be insane if Fountain wasn't freaking limited. The problem is that I have a Link monster on the board. Fountain should be banned, to be honest. You should be banned. Let's do this. Send another rimfire. Activate rimfire. Second effect. Chain Maxi. I'm not special summoning, rather. Sure. Reload. So right now they are 2100 life points behind. So if they boost this once more, it's not game yet. Fountain to 2 or all other runics to 3? Fountain to 2. 100%. How are we outing? Well, next turn, we have a battle... Well, no, we don't have a battle phase. But theoretically, if we can crash into it and go lower than them, we can then flashing fire it. So like here, they can go battle phase, but they can't actually... If they attack, then we can out it. The only problem is... And I mean, are they going to attack it? There's no way. That makes no sense. Yeah. The problem is next turn, it goes to 98. And then they attack for exactly 8,000. Is this good? We can trigger the link. We can trigger the link. How do I out this thing though? Can I? Oh, wait, can I make Heat Soul somehow? Link Karibo. Because if I pay for... Oh, okay, hold up. This. Try to pop it. Send shell. Pay 500. Another shell. Activate reload. Draw one. Pay 500. Here. What can I still send for fire ejection? I definitely don't want to burn them here. Summon token, send Emperor. Wait, how does I forgot what Emperor does even. Hold up. Related cards. Well, that inflicts damage though. I don't want to inflict damage. My plan, I'll show you. Hold up. Special Volcanic from hand. Here. Effect. Add back. Flamberge. Linkaribo. Eat Soul. Pay 1. Wanted. Cross out. Yeah, okay. So now on their turn, we pay 1,000 for Heat Soul, and we can Flashing Fire it, because then it's no longer unaffected, because we're lower than them. Take that, Mr. Can you look at the Rykar cards after you've lost this game? This. Do I have to inflict damage with? You can inflict damage. Then you can set a Volcanic trap. Yeah. Okay. Now the only thing that could happen here, which would be tragic, is if they draw like if they like draw into a 1-card combo here. This has to be the most tragic thing that has ever happened in the history of things that happened. In the history of things that have ever happened, this is... Oh! And never mind. Anyways. Easy win. Did they not play anything crazy for it? Like... Oh! Okay. They just played this guy. Okay, that's why. They just played this, whatever this is. Boost Warrior, man. Yeah, nice Psychic and Punisher, dude. No match for my Volcanic. Dude, the Volcanic cards are really cool. It doesn't even necessarily... The Runic Synergy isn't that great, but like the Volcanic cards are really cool. They are really, really cool. We're gonna try this more. But first, since you guys said look at these cards after you lose, and that would never happen, we're gonna make an exception and look at them before we lose. Enter a new age of calamities with new Rykar, Infinite Forbidden. Okay, Rykar is this insect plant deck, I think. Is it just insects and plants? I think it was insects and plants, and it was like link climbing and 1-card combos and all the good modern Yu-Gi-Oh things, right? Oh, reptiles as well. It's like Tri-Brigade, but with insect, plant, and reptile. Rykar no Hime Janome. Level 4 Earth Insect Effect Monster. Attack 1800, defense 0. I can tell on the picture. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard this card, special summon one of those types from your hand. If this card is banished from hand or grave, you can draw cards equal to the number of different types amongst insect, plant, and reptile you control. Oh. How do you banish this guy? Because that's very good. Is it, if it's easy to banish it, to just draw 3 cards? That is very good. They can do it in archetype. Ooh, that's scary. That is very powerful. That's going to probably end up in some like 1-card combo that can do some link climbing and draw like 2 to 3 cards. That's pretty strong. Raika no Kuro Kamitsuki. That's a link 3. Hold up, I need to switch my headphones because one of them is empty. There we are. Okay. Link 3 Water Reptile. Points left, right, bottom. Materials 2, insect, plant, and the reptiles. 2+. You can only use the first and second of this card's name once per turn. You can banish up to 2 monsters from your graveyard. Then target the same number of spell and traps on your opponent's field. Destroy those cards. Okay, that's one way to banish this, but only going second. While this card is in the graveyard, you can target an insect, plant, or reptile on your field. Place that monster on the bottom if you do special summon this card, but you can't special summon monsters during this turn except insect, plant, or reptiles. Okay, this is another one of those link climbing tools that they have, right? Because the translation is flawed. It only draws in the end phase. Oh, is the translation incorrect? Someone in chat said it draws during the end phase. That would make it significantly worse, although maybe still playable. F5. During the end phase of this... Okay. You can activate this effect. During the end phase of this turn, it seemed a little bit unreasonable. It definitely seemed unreasonable. Now, keep in mind... I don't think this makes it, I mean, this makes it worse, but this definitely doesn't make it like unplayable. This is very much still an okay card. Because if you can like play one of it and then like incorporate it into your combo somehow, I don't remember all the Raika cards, but in my idea, it's like you play one of this guy and then you combo, you put it into the graveyard somewhere, somehow. I don't know why. Maybe you foolish it from the deck. Maybe you summon it from the deck and link it off, whatever. And then you banish it later on. And then you make your end board. And then you draw like 2 cards in the end phase. So that you can draw into like hand traps. That would be good. Anyways, the link 3 is also solid. Both of these cards are solid. I have 2 problems here. The first problem that I have is Raika. I thought those cards were solid. However, so far they have done nothing, and I mean nothing. I haven't seen them anywhere in the OCG. Now, obviously, as like a link climbing combo deck, that would always be hard in a maxi environment, but still, like, if the combo decks are really, really good, they still play them in the OCG, right? I don't think it's that good of a combo deck, but it might be okay. The thing is that on another note, even if they are good, I personally don't love these types of 1-card combos, but we'll have to wait and see. Low-key, I'm hoping that that these aren't that great, or that Raika isn't that great, because it doesn't seem like a super interesting deck to me, because you just have like a bunch of 1-card starters, you do some link climbing, and then you pass. So I'm not looking forward to it. But I at this point in time, I don't think it's going to be that great. It seems playable, but not great. But yeah. The type lock is way too harsh. The end boards just don't keep up. Yeah, that's what I feel like, yeah. The art is banging. No, they do look cool. They do look like cool cards, but yeah. All right. Let me rearrange this because I do have food. I don't want to I don't want to make a lunch break happen because we already watched some videos earlier. I just want to eat while dueling today. Now, naturally, we've defeated the Punk deck, and we are 1 win away from Diamond 2, so we are legally obliged to queue the same deck again without changes. See if we rank up with it. No way around it. Why do I never open Volcanics? Okay, I think the problem is solved. I'm probably gonna be done with my food by the time the turn ends. This is the lunch break. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is the lunch break for sure. Okay, oak from hand at least. That's a small win. How's the food? It's good. Got some curry. Dude, after all this, you still play into Nibiru? Are you serious? Nibiru has to be the most broken card in Master Duel because no one ever respects it. Like, everyone plays into it like a madman. Who play Nibiru if Max C exists? I don't know. I don't understand your question, so I don't know the answer. What's the deck's win con? Burn our deck out? Yes. Nah, we're just messing around. I mean, they are kind of paying a lot of life points here, so maybe. The fountain needs to carry. Oh, Flamberge from hand? Okay. If they add that back with Flamberge, with Sunlight Wolf, probably. I wish I could actually draw some of the Volcanic cards once. I haven't drawn. I just don't draw them. I'm pretty sure the set is called By the Grave. But like drawing one doesn't really do anything. Summon. I cut dark, right? Yeah, I cut dark. That's unfortunate. Feels like we just have to hope there's no Ash. Munin plus Chaos Angel would be nice for specifically this situation. I don't know how often it comes up though. Okay. Hmm. They are the volcanic. They are the volcanics you asked for. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it is good to draw a normal summon here. But now is where this called by really destroys me, I think. Which one was the... Which one did they set with Diabell Star? I have to scroll all the way back. Oh, that's so long ago. This one. No, I know which card. I needed to know which of the two. So... yeah. Well, we did anticipate that. The problem is that it's probably still... I can clear the board by sending Scatter Shot here. I don't have a battle phase though. If I did, it'd actually be pretty close to winning. Oh, this doesn't even send Scatter Shot. I thought it did. In that case, you have to send a level 1. Got it. So then it's Rimfire. Add a Volcanic from deck to hand. No, send a Volcanic from deck to grave. So if I send a Volcanic from deck to grave... Banishing 3 Pyros or a Blaze Accelerator from field you can special summon. When summoned this way... So we send Emperor. How much time left? Not much. Not much. Access code was game. I don't have a battle phase and I don't play access code. So you are wrong in so many ways that it's actually quite funny. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was more potential there. Oh, dude, I forgot about that. Terra was game? Yeah, probably. Honestly, though, we can do more into these boards than I thought. These volcanic cards are kind of cool. Take out the runics? I mean, probably, right? Like, the runics really don't do much for us. I hate to say it, but there's not much synergy here. This looks much more manageable space-wise as well. So what is it? Is it just like Snake Eye? It has to be Snake Eye Volcanic then, right? Like, that has to be it. Let's make this, let's try and make this a real deck, right? I don't think we need to necessarily make it an FTK deck. I would preferably not make it that. I don't really want to. FTK or Riot? Okay, let's try the FTK once. You do this. You need the, you need the, what is it this one? This one, and then Spiritual Fire Art. Right? So the burn damage you do is you go Emperor, and then you inflict 500 for each banished pyro, which is how many is that normally? Like 2,000 or something? Dark Anima. Access code. Oak, right? Oak. Probably don't play this. Do you play this in the FTK version? You might not, right? You play it? Okay. Okay, so remind me again where the 8k burn comes from. This tributes the Emperor. So that's 3,100 from the trap card. 31 down. This, target a pyro you control, inflict damage to your opponent. If you targeted a monster you control, the damage is half. So that's 1,550, right? So that is 4,650. So that is 4,650. I'm assuming we can do 1,500 with scatter shots somehow. So that means 6,150. Where does the remaining 2,000 come from? Inari Fire does 1k if you give them the token. Oh, you give them a bomb token. $1k from the tokens. Okay, how do I give them bomb tokens except with Volcanic? Volcanic Trooper gives them 1 bomb token, which if it dies gives them 500 damage, right? Ejection? But ejection is something I need to hard draw, right? Ejection is not something I can rely on. But I guess Emperor burns on summon too. Right? Okay. I think we just freestyle it a little bit. Let's let me just quickly take a look. Volcanic FTK. There was a deck that won a regional or top 4 to regional or something. Ooh, they updated their list even. Okay, hold up. I'm checking that out real quick. There's an updated version. We're just zooming through that. Okay, hold up.
First place winner. Oh my goodness. And we were in that like fake format for a while with just the Fire King structure deck, if y'all remember. And every deck was terrible anyway, so I just started playing this. And then Snake Eye cards have really good synergy. Sorted by like package, and the biggest part of the whole thing is the Volcanics. They're essentially what it does. So we have 3 Trooper, 3 Shell, 3 Scattershots, 2 Rimfire, and 2 Emperor. So he's like a starter card.
Oh, it doesn't play Rocket. Okay, noted. No Rocket, only 2 Rimfires.
Because he on summon searches any Volcanic cards, and he's the main.
I only have 1 Emperor. I don't have ultra rare crafting points. 1 Emperor is gonna have to be enough.
The way you set up your FTK, because he gives your opponent a bomb token for a discard. Volcanics care about your opponents having monsters. Previously, before this card came out, if you went first, the cards just didn't do shit. But now that he's out, he's the one who enables that. And also, this deck is really awkward to hand trap. Like you would think you just hit him, but if people like Imperm on summon because Princess is a card, you can bring him back and then set it up later. This is just to be sent off reload as like a strong interruption for if you kind of miss out on your FTK, but also just like makes up with random burns. And then there's 2 of this because again, sometimes if you miss out on FTK, you make them have to play into 2 of those. They'll take 1,000 on each summon, and they'll just wind up dying before they can do anything that matters. All these cards are really good. The only one that's like a little whack, if you see it like depending on hand comp, is Scattershot, because like obviously pretty much all the Volcanics are normal summons, but that's why the deck is so big, to try and like disperse these guys out so you don't just draw 12 normal summons every hand. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So carrying on with that engine, there's the 3 Volcanic Blaze Accelerator. It's the main search target for your Trooper, and it's one of your main pieces for it's a combo piece going first, but it's also like a big part of how you play through boards. So if people don't know what it does, you send a level 1 Pyro from deck, target monster, pop it, and it is a hard once per turn. So if you manage to go through multiple copies, you do that multiple times, you can just trade for a lot. And this is a brick that you have to play to activate this. If you draw going second, it's like fine sometimes, but you prefer not to. Then you have 1 emission. Emperor sets a trap on his summon and burns for every Vanish Pyro, and this is the trap he sets. There's another one you can play that's like a negate, but I didn't do that because I'm aiming to FTK when I go first. So instead of playing this really awkward negate trap, I'm just doing this and making them have to not kill themselves, because either they will die trying to play into it, or a lot of times people spend their battle phase, and if people spend their battle phase and the turn gets back to you, you're killing them pretty much every time. And then the 1 reload for Scattershot. Yes, mostly there for Scattershot. You can also, when this deck is going second, you don't try to hand trap your opponent, you just play through boards and try to like gas through everything, and this helps with that. So if you have Volcanics in your hand, since all the Volcanics make value, you can send them off of this to draw into another card. It's like winds up being like a +2 or 3. And then like I said, once it's engraved, it's a strong interruption with Scattershot and can make up burn damage for very specific things that would otherwise stop the FTK. So that card was nice. And it's also really nice when you draw with this Black Witch. We're playing Snake Eye cards because they're really good, but also because they have really good synergy with the Volcanics. There's absolutely no reason not to play them, including her. And she's at 3 just so we see her because our deck's 60 cards, and then 3 of these for the same reason because we want to see her. If you draw too many of them, it kind of sucks, but like, you know, just draw 6 different cards. Then on to the Snake Eyes themselves, we have 1 of each of all of the little roaches and then 1 of the big roach. 1 of all these is fine. I never really wanted more. You could play more of this because this on its own is a 1 card FTK, but it plays into like every hand trap. And in the format we're in, I figured you're gonna have to play 3 hand traps anyway, so I don't want to open this to try to go for something that's just not gonna work. Instead, I'd rather see like the bonfire to get.
I'm not sure if we need
the extender and try to go from there. And then this is just like a pivot extender for if you draw this, because I draw him a lot for whatever reason. And everybody knows how good this card is. And they do the same thing they do in a Snake Eye deck, except a little bit more because you're trying to kill your opponent. Then you have the targets for your popular. These cards are really good. Everybody knows what they do, and they do the same thing they do in this deck. And then even more engine. There's a small Fire King package. Yeah, I know.
Oh god. Okay,
and
we don't
then
have
it's 1
those.
island and 1 sanctuary. Kind of want more of these because like they are nice to draw, but when you see too many of them, it's just like which they suck. So I decided to just play them at 1 of those. These guys are also kind of like Volcanics. They're kind of bricky, but they're only breaks usually if you see any of them by themselves, except for him obviously. So if you draw any of them in conjunction with the island or sanctuary or even the Kieran, they wind up being pretty nice. This is actually the main thing that you pop in this deck with Uranix, because when it's destroyed, you send any fire monster from your deck to the grave, so it makes all your engines bridge. So your Volcanics get to the Snake Eyes, which get to these, which get to everything else. So and Spiritual Fire Archer and I. So I'll explain how you do it. I'm not gonna go through the whole combo, but I'll explain like trying to play through a board.
Magician
Also
Souls we
Spellcaster,
can
which
play.
matters, like because when this deck goes second, even if you can't break their board and like stunt their follow up, your goal is to kill them, so it doesn't matter. They will die in their draw phase, and that's all you care about. And then the other random monster is the Jet Synchron.
It also
as like a pivot
plays
send for your
Taurus?
baby Kieran
Okay.
if you're trying to like play around with and stuff. He's pretty good. I use him pretty regularly, and I never mind seeing him. Then even more engine cards. We have 3 Fire Recovery. I was playing this at 1 in Stone Mountain, but I realized just how good this card is after the fact. This is what I cut down on the sarcophagus for, because
Wait for the runic
this deck is like
engine.
surprisingly
Yeah,
consistent because of this card and the Horus and the Fire King cards, because stuff like this lets you clear the bad cards out of your hand, and you just like make up a lot of value with your Volcanics. Because like this plus Shell is like 5 extra cards. Because if people don't know, if it's engraved, so it's like a bad monster more that you pitch a card for. But when it's engraved, you shuffle, you banish it, and you can shuffle back 3 banish or grave fire monsters. It's crazy against voiceless. I'm trying to play today. I play against a lot of rogue, and
Horus forest cards we don't have.
So 60 cards, obviously. And we play one anima because this is a combo piece in this deck. It's not like the other fire decks used to do where it's just like, I got you. This is how you get access to your Inari Fire because he's a spellcaster. And Inari Fire's summoning requirements is sending a level 4 lower fire and a spellcaster. You generate like infinite level 1 bodies, so you just turn one of those into this and that gets you to Inari. Then the rest of the extra deck basically just like a Snake Eye extra deck. It's 1 link revo, 1 IP, 1 SP, Dark, Hita. This is like a pivot option for when you don't FTK because it's just like a monster effect negate. It doesn't come up too often. You can probably play whatever else over it, but when you have to just make a board, this is like surprisingly good. Sunlight Wolf for the same reason the other fire decks play it. Phoenix for the same reason the other fire decks play it. The one Promethean Princess because she's insane and she makes all these engines turn into like they just work so well together. Everything gets everything else, and she's why that works.
This deck looks fun. Despite it being an FTK, which is arguably cringe, this deck does look
to help you like play through nibs and stuff. Appaloosa for the same thing because ideally when I'm playing the FTK, I'm trying to end on these plus the FTK pieces because that beats the like nib Emperor combo. Because the only thing you need on board to kill them is your Emperor, and doing this will usually like guarantee that you have that unless they waited for you to do your entire turn and they hit you with Emperor, nib, Gamma or something. But if that's the case, then they were just better than you. And Embo Will, which I know a lot of fire decks cut, but he's like. And honestly, he's cuttable here. I just don't know why I play over it just yet. But he also has cool synergy in this deck because of Princess. And if you bring back Trooper and then link this off, you can give your opponent the bomb token. If you made this, and then the bomb token will trigger this, so you can pop this and their bomb, and then this will float to another body. So it just like makes a lot of extra bodies. But like he's mid, you cannot play him. And then it's Access Code Talker for OTK lines, and then the Zombie Vampire, which is the only rank 8 for our Taurus card.
Okay, cool. Noted. All right. So we play it doesn't play Rocket. Sure, I can get behind that. We play one of each Snake Eye. I might play more Ashes just to bait hand traps. Everything else here we do play. Except for, I mean, they don't play Ash, but I think with Maxi in the mix, maybe it's fine. What am I forgetting? Well, the extra deck, we have Nightmare Phoenix. We definitely want the Temple, yes. We definitely want the Temple. Oh yeah, Souls. Magicians, Souls. Play 2. They played 2 of the Emperor, but I only have 1 and I don't have the crafting points to make it. Extra deck, we should have some more room than them because we do not have SP and all that. Surely we play Grass because we can. Would Grass be good here? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Celine. They play Jet Synchron? Yeah. I'm not sure if we need that. I mean, maybe 58 is just perfect. What if, have you ever considered that? Maybe 58 is just the best you can get. Maybe it doesn't get better than this. Maybe we spent this much time thinking about what else we can play and it's been perfect all along. Dude, this fucking Flamberge Dragon, man. Should have played 60, yeah. Heck. I
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119,
Now the question is, am I actually capable of pulling off this FTK? Because I'm not so sure about that. I am unironically not so sure about that. Because I have none of the volcanic cards, right? Like I would have to search a volcanic card here, but then what? I feel like I can't really do it here unless I'm missing some crazy way of getting into the volcanic cards. You need to open Trooper. Ponix, yeah, Ponix would do it, but we don't have that in Master Duel. You want to? I don't have 2 Troopers. It doesn't matter how often you guys say it. It doesn't matter how annoying you guys want to be. I simply do not own 2 Emperors. I don't have it. And Ponix is also not in Master Duel, so... I guess we're just gonna do Snake Eye board. And we have to summon Flamberge from hand, which it's kind of... I mean, I guess we don't have to. This is very awkward. I can just tag out and summon it from hand, though, I guess. I was trying to work out a cool way to use Fire Recovery to discard the Flamberge. But I think it's whatever. Should have discarded Flamberge with Witch. The reason I didn't do that was I wanted to make sure that I can play through Imperm on Witch, and I needed Poplar in the graveyard for that, because then I could have used Fire Recovery to bring back the Poplar. That's why I did it this way. Oh, they have Nib. So this was just a bad fire hand then. If they nib us now. I think it's Hita here. Hita, and then we can make Apo. But then Flamberge is gone. I guess it's Ambo. You call, oh, alright, I called Bite the Ash anyways, it's not there. Oh, they don't have Nip, okay. Okay. I kind of wish... Yeah, nice volcanic board, right? I know. Thank you. I kind of wish that I didn't set this, because I could discard it for Unicorn. I'm thinking about just using Promethean on the Unicorn. Because the... my IP Mask Arena doesn't really do anything. And just hope that they don't have the one of birth or like another unicorn. Okay. No Theosis one time. Man, I hate Kashtira, dude. Ugh. I'm not quite sure if this deck makes much sense in Master Duel. Compared to the TCG, because the Snake Eye cards don't get you the Volcanic cards. Like in the TCG they do with the Fire King package, right? You go like Island, pop the little Kirin and that, like. But here it's just like I have all the Snake Eye cards, but I can't do anything with it because they don't actually access you the Volcanic cards. Well, I can search like Rimfire or Shell, but those are not the ones that you need. You need like you pretty much need the what's it called? The Trooper. If you don't have Trooper, then it doesn't do anything. Rimfire, send Trooper, revive Trooper with Promethean. I mean, I guess. What are they doing, by the way? Why didn't they just Arise Heart me? I saw someone FTK from Just Diabellstar in Master Duel? Oh, okay. That game? Yeah, that's game. Because the Fenrir banishes the Promethean. This is, yeah, that's game. That's exactly game 2. Or not. No Ambler Whale, it's banished because of the defissure. Flare metal time? No, end phase time apparently. But I kind of doubt that I can capitalize on that. Yeah. I think I need to draw with this. What does this do? Send a volcanic card from deck to grave. And this, send a volcanic monster from deck to grave. Okay, cool. Sweet. That was easier than I thought. Dude, the volcanic cards are really fun. The volcanic cards are super, super fun. Let's try to rank up with this. I mean, they should have just made a Rice Heart, but yeah, I know. I keep forgetting. Thank you for the 8 months. Thank. I keep forgetting to add it. You're right. Okay, once again, we're just playing Snake Eye. I guess the Volcanic is our follow-up. Check Lithium's channel. Apparently he has a version of the FTK and Master Duel. Okay. Droll and Lock Bird. Nah, I'd rather not. It's not actually that big of a problem. I could have let it go through, but I think it's fine to use Qualify here. I'm just going to look at their hand next, so I don't have to be afraid of other stuff. Here's the link. Okay, I can look at it in a second. Well, that's not Master Duel. No, unfortunately, that's not Master Duel. Can't do that. So, one weird thing with the temple is I'm not sure what I'm supposed to place here. Is it the oak line? Because I don't have the second Flamberge anymore to play around stuff. Well, I mean, I guess I'm going to know if they have Nibiru in a second. Do I care about Kurikara enough to take it? I feel like it's gotta be Bonfire. Alright, we just gotta remember it's Poplar, Kurikara, and Subversion. Poplar, Kurikara, Subversion. We don't have to worry about Nibiru. Cool. I don't think we want to place with the Poplar yet. Linkaribo. Does this still play Heat Soul? It does. I think this is a Heat Soul angle. Even though Heat Soul is pretty bad into Kurikara. Actually, no, probably not a Heat Soul angle. Probably just a Ambler Whale situation. Yeah. Heat Soul is too dangerous. We place Oak in the spell and trap zone. Okay, they have Kurikara, Subversion, Poplar. I think that should be able to be beaten. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go shotgun the Flamberge into the IP Masquerena. So now, okay, that would be really annoying if we didn't have an Ash for it. So now I think we're fine. The idea is now, if they go Subversion, no matter if they pick the IP Masquerena or the Flamberge, I don't have to care about it. I can just let it happen. Yeah, normal Poplar. This has to get original. Otherwise, they don't do anything. Don't you want to wait to summon something to dodge Cosmic? I know their hand. I talents their hand. I know they don't have Cosmic. The hand is Poplar, Subversion, Kurikara. So I don't have to worry about that. Normally, yes. Normally, when you go first, you don't know what your opponent's playing, anything. Like, you want to wait for their summon. Yeah. And we knew what they drew as well. Because it was, they went for the thingy. The, what's it called? The maxi in draw phase. Killer Queen is such an underrated banger. I feel like it's not very underrated, you know? I feel like it's not underrated. I don't know if I would call it that. It is a good song. I've never heard someone call it underrated, though. I feel like it's pretty highly rated. Okay. That should be game, unless I'm missing some crazy possibilities. But I don't think so. All they have now is they can summon Kurikara by tributing Unicorn and Flamberge. And then I just bring back Promethean Princess. I did just place the wrong fire monster because now I don't have two level 1s for the Flamberge. It doesn't matter though. It is a mistake nonetheless. Oh, okay, never mind. Sure. Kurikara into Hita? I mean, I have Promethean, so the Kurikara is not gonna stay. Well. Hey! Well, that game didn't have much of the volcanic stuff in it, you know. But you know what? Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay for the deck to fall back onto the Snake Eye stuff sometimes. But the thing is, these volcanic cards, they are pretty fun. I want to experiment with them more at some point. For the rest of the day, we're going to play some Paleo tier though. Because I did promise you guys that, and we are, the time is running out. So let's try that one too. But the deck is, I don't think, I just want to make that clear. This list is very far from optimal. Very, very far. You can try messing around with it. I encourage you to. It seems very fun. But there's definitely stuff that you can do with it. I do not think that you have to actually go for the FTK. I don't think that's necessary for this deck to be good. I think you can very much play volcanic cards without FTKing. The stuff is cool. What it does kind of have this, it gives me the vibe of like Vanquish Soul, where you don't have to worry about finishing your opponent off completely, right? Like if your opponent sits anywhere between like 2,000, 3,000 life points, this deck has no problem just finishing the game, right? Which is pretty cool. You just like randomly do 1,500 with Scatter Shot, then you do like a 1,500 with this guy, and the game ends, right? Is 58 cards optimal? That part is optimal. Yes, this always has to be exactly 58 cards. You can swap around which cards exactly they are, but it always has to be 58. Otherwise, you can't even queue into ranked with it. Anyways. Paleo tier Gamba. Capital Gamba. Tearlament. 1 Halfness, 2 Sharon, 1 Tier Cash, maybe, probably Rhinos. Tuck, tuck, tuck. 3 Scream, 1 Pearl Rhino. Thalic. Probably more meta noises, maybe. Maybe Grief, maybe Heartbeat, maybe Crime. Have to think about those. Paleozoics, we're definitely gonna do this. This probably 12. And we definitely do Needlebug, Daruma, Backjack. Where are you? Am I blind? Oh, there. This is gonna be a grass deck. Grass and Reasoning. Reasoning is honest. Maybe Reasoning is not good in this because of how many monsters maybe we play less monsters. We'll see. We play Grass. We probably play Trap Trick. Griefing. Rollback. Trivi Karma. Snow, obviously. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a Reasoning deck with this many monsters, because then the problem is not which monster you hit. The problem is you don't hit enough spell traps in the middle until you hit a monster. Like, it's not worth to go like mill 2 cards and then summon like a Snow or something like that. That's not great. I don't think this is it. What else is there? I guess rise to full height. Get rid of backjack? That's blasphemy. That's crazy. I don't think we want grief. Mill 2 or 3 is bait. I mean, we can try reasoning. Maybe it's good enough if we mill like a few cards. I don't think we need heartbeat. Vivid Tail is broken with tier cash. Okay, Vivid Tail. Ooh, that seems funny. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I think we can cut down on these. I think meta noise is important. 3 meta. I don't think we need crime though. Sockscoon, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Self dono. That was not obviously not. Obviously not. Zeus. Downard. Garura. Mud Dragon. It's a shame that we can't summon Toad with... Well, it's a shame we can't summon Toad, period. But it's a shame that we can't make like the Bahamut Shark Toad play is very good. Cross Sheep. I don't know what we want to resummon with Cross Sheep. That doesn't seem that good. Foolish Goods. I don't know if I like goods. Link. Oh yeah, we need Linkaribo. Redoer seems good. Yeah. Reckless Greeds. Okay, let's play Reckless Greeds. I like where your head's at. Dugaris, sure. Barricade Borg. Thrust. Ooh, we can play Thrust. Or Grass. Sure. Now it's 61. Let's remove 1. Rise to full height. Stapelia is missing. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Okay. And this is now a gambling... This is now a kick stream, basically. Do I buy the Baguska mate? Look, here's what I did, okay? Here's what I did, and you make your decision accordingly with the Baguska mate. I do not plan on ever using the Baguska mate ever in my life. However, I looked at it, and I saw that it was limited in time, and it's gone in 7 days. So I panicked, and I spent my last 300 gems on it. Actually, no, that's a lie. I had 301 gems, so now I have 1 left. And that's what I did with the Baguska mate. Do with that information what you will. But I don't mind it. I think it's a fine mate. But I don't plan on using it. But I didn't want to miss out on it. So I've been juiced for 300 gems. Okay. Well, we're gonna grab a Dynamicious with that. And this Dynamicious is gonna discard one of these two cards. Probably the Meta Noise. We can't see the Glorious Mills. Hold up. So... I mean, yeah, let him cook. The thing is, I can go over here, I guess, but then I'm covering the Toadmate, which is also kind of criminal. And the Timer. Is this better? I guess when we're playing a mill deck, it is. But only if we're playing a mill deck. Okay, so Fenrir Search is fine. Top left. But then you guys can't even see the card that I'm highlighting. I feel like there's no optimal solution to this problem. Maybe here. I'll go here for the time being. Well, they've gone battle phase, which is good for me. I'm happy with that. All right, end phase. We're popping off. Backjack effect. You know it's about to get fun when you have to toggle on with your paleo deck. I hate you so much. You are the definition of not a fun human being. It's fine because I have a second copy, but I'm still mad at you. Joke's on you, I'm also gonna mill a transaction rollback, so I'm gonna do it twice anyways. I lied, I didn't mill a transaction rollback. I milled pretty bad, honestly. I didn't even mill a single tier limit card that I can add back with my Meta Noise. It's actually very saddening. Okay. Rap. Sure. So what did the Fenrir add? Was it a tier cache? No, it was a Scareclaw cache. Ooh. Dude, I'm just playing a handicapped version of my paleo deck. These tier limit cards just don't do anything. This would be better if it was just my my paleo deck. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine how crazy that would go right now? The tier limit cards are the problem, yes. Absolutely. Uh, that never gets old, man. Okay. First things first. We check if this hits. That doesn't really count as a hit. That's like, I just felt the weirdest sort of feelings because I thought I hit and then I realized I didn't actually hit. That's a 1-of in my deck as well. I am kind of pissed now. Anyways. We are rollbacking the transaction. Hold up. I'm not done gambling. Unfortunate. I am still not done gambling. And the situation is still not bad, by the way. The situation is fine. We're just gonna go... Where is it? Salik. Give tier cash. Oh! That is not what I thought it was. Okay, well. Dude, can I mill a tier element card? Jesus Christ, man. Okay, well, now I have nothing else to say. Dude, how did we mill so bad, dude? Come on. We haven't milled a single card with a graveyard effect. But then I backjack and I get freaking karma, man. Oh, Lord. The tiers are the problem. The tiers are the problem. The tiers are genuinely the problem. Can we just scoop instead of watching their... No, they can only attack the tier cash. We are winning. Well, winning is like a hard term, but like we have a chance. We have an Opa Binya on the field that can still activate next turn, and we have a rollback in the graveyard for like Karma Cannon and such. It's all vibe based, you know? What does Streamy Karma do? So I target a Visa Starfrost in your monster zone, and one effect monster your opponent controls negate that effect. So it does nothing. However, we could theoretically pop it with our own Allinoids and then get Pearl Rhino. Oh yeah, I can Cambro Raster it, but I don't play that. Maybe we should. I mean, this doesn't happen very often though. We only play one copy. Why are we spamming the Prime Hard copy pasta now, guys? What's going on with that? I shouldn't have said that. Oh, that's not fair. They have spell removal. Oh, God. That's actually so cringe, man. They are such a cringe individual. They had 2 Max C, 2 Ashes, and now they pop my Paleos with spell cards? That's actually so cringe. Pop my back row. Or my tier cache. Something. Shouldn't have put everything in defense. Dude, they can put up 5 defense position monsters. Stop yapping. I also didn't know it was freaking Vanadium anyways. So what's the set? Reframing or what? Oh my god, really? You even play a target for this? What do you think of Life Twin Unchained deck in terms of fun and competitive viability? Well, it sounds fun. Viable? Probably fine. Nothing crazy. Well, it's okay. Yeah. I love Vanadium. Great design. Great card design. They can even banish my rollback with the Changing. I mean, in reality, the best play was probably to just keep the rollback and not mill with it. Just Karma Cannon them. Maybe we just live through the turn. Oh, they destroyed the tier cache by card effect. Are they going to banish it? No. I mean, they can just negate it with Patter, though. There's the tier card. Sick. Yeah, I don't think one Opabinia can carry this. I have my doubts. Oh, I have another one grave, yeah. Okay. Zeus, maybe? They have too many negates for Zeus. There's no way. Ooh, we have a hand trap. We have our one hand trap. Oh, but it's Labyrinth. Okay. That should actually be a winnable matchup. Have you even ranked up today? First of all, yes, I have. Second of all, I've been playing freaking Volcanics and Paleo tier. What are you expecting from me? It's the 3rd of the month. Don't put pressure on me like that. Also, we have ranked up unironically. Calm down. Ah, when I'm under max C, I mill a Sharon. I see. Pop my Vivid Tail. Well, you get another draw, sir. Yeah, and we have a Paleo in the grave. They did draw 2 cards, but it's fine. Whatever. How's the cat? Doing good. We visited him yesterday. We don't have him yet, but we will get him soon. Hopefully. Why is it that whenever I get back from lunch, Josh is always playing Paleo versus Lab? I don't know. You eat lunch at the weirdest times. I don't know what to tell you. That's all I have. That's all I have. Also, Kirito, thank you so much for the first time Prime. Appreciate whenever someone uses their Prime for the first time. Thank you so much. That means the community is growing. Thank you for the support. Once again, that Prime sub is free and helps me out a lot. Thank you. Paleo versus Lab matchup lasts 24 hours. Yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe it's because when we start playing it, you are bound to return from lunch while we play it, right? Hectics, thank you for the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Every time I'm here, you win. Curious? Yeah, that's just how it goes. Dude, their hand is insane. Thank God. Wait, no, they can special summon the thing, the Ecclesia. Okay, that's unfortunate. Because I have a Kikolos on the field, they can special it. But their hand is crazy. Nani, thank you for the Prime. You can bounce Kit. Yeah, I'm not gonna bounce my Kikolos. to stop them from getting a Dogmatica punishment. That's not something I want to do. I can do that. You're not wrong. But I'm not going to. They have no... Oh my... Oh god! Hold up. Ooh, now I'm gonna bounce it though, I think. I can chain... Wait, no. I can't activate the effects? Once it... Oh no, but once it returns to the hand. I'm doing it. I guess they can pop the Vivid Tail now with Entis. I don't think that's too big of an issue. Vulnerable, thank you as well for the first time, Prime. Thank you so much. Yeah, Entis and Wind Pegasus, and we draw one and mill 5. Dude, if only Maxi wasn't active. I have a feeling we still go for the Rhino Horde. Maybe not. Nah, let's not. I have 2 Paleos, so in case they try to mess with my stuff, I have I get some mileage out of that. That's cool. And we just start our turn with 8 cards in hand. They have a lot of cards too, don't get me wrong. It's but this is going to be a game. Okay, there's a punishment between those and a big welcome here. Those are not too big of a deal. Arias and Ecclesia is Dark and Light Chaos Angel. Yeah, but they can't make that right now. They are locked out of their extra deck. Another set. Okay. Okay. Well, sure. Rap. Wait, I can make Kaleido Heart? Oh, right. I can make Kaleido Heart. I probably make Kaleido Heart. Rule Colossus doesn't do anything while Lovely is on the field. He has Oh, right. I thought Pegasus destroyed, but it shuffles. But it's fine. But I should not have attacked. That's true. That's alright. It's not really alright. This disables my Meta Noise and Salik. It's kind of bad. But it is what it is. We're gonna set... Set. And probably the Reckless. I don't think we're gonna be dying. I think they're gonna wait until the end phase, which is smart. Oh, they're not... Okay, that is not smart. They should definitely have summoned something. Well, okay. Dude, I can just do the kick Kolos again. Couldn't Big Wall come? Oh, they have no Fiend, right? They can act. Do they play multiple Garuras? I guess it depends on whether they run Extravagance. Okay, they do play... Okay, that's that. So we go this. And let's send something that we can fuse with. Let's send the Link Karibo. We can worst case fuse with it, but we also don't have a backjack right now, so we probably don't need it. I mean, I'll mill 5 again if you so wish. And I mill backjack, 2 Paleos, and rise to full height. Okay, vibes. This backjack, I'm gonna chain Morella to, because I currently can't set the trap card. I have no room, so I want to use a Morella before, because Morella would reshuffle my deck. I don't want to reshuffle my deck at the moment. So I'm just gonna do this so that after my backjack resolves, I can use it without reshuffling my deck. And I'm just gonna send rollback. Rollback. Privy Karma is also pretty good, but I'm gonna go for rollback. And backjack, that's a tier name. I don't actually need to hit the trap with this. I can just hit a tier name, which I think I'm gonna... Can I play? Or why am I'm toggled on. Was I too slow? Maybe I was too slow. I was too slow. Okay. This match is like watching paint dry. You sound like a very boring individual if you think that. You think interactive Yu-Gi-Oh is boring? I don't know why you're here. What attribute? Paleos are waters. Paleos are waters. Do they play another Entis? They do. Okay. That is very good attempt at popping this Paleo. Respectable. We are slowly but surely approaching winning this game. At least I think we are in the process of winning. Wait, I can make this. Oh, I can make this because the paleos are aquas. Wait, can I? Oh no, I'd have to use the Reinhardt in my hand. I think I'm gonna go for that though. You can't. I don't think you can use the paleos for it because they're unaffected. Yeah, you can't because they're unaffected and it's a monster effect that you're fusing with. But I'm okay using my Reinhardt in hand. That's fine. Entis did nothing. So they can now use this. And I can use this. Targeting this. DC time. I have a feeling they're not going to play this out until the end, which is kind of annoying. Oh, what are they going to go for here? What do I have? I don't have anything crazy. They can't really go for anything. Needlebug nest. Okay, now we're getting really crazy with it. I see. I like it. That's fine. Lovely is being watch what happens when this resolves. It's going to be very funny. This is the moment where they're trying to figure out what just happened. And there's another moment coming up when they enter the battle phase, because they will enter the battle phase. Moment number 2. Main phase 2. Oh god, man. Reading cards really is a challenge, isn't it? Oh man. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh man, this deck is very fun. I'm gonna keep this and the 60 card paleo around, and we're gonna mess around with these because every once in a while I just need these kind of games in my life. You know, every once in a while I just need a game like that, and it's just great. I love me some paleos, man. I love paleos. What happened to Nib? Explain, please. Okay, Nibiru has a portion to it that people actually, a lot of people don't know this. I mean, actually, let me move this back here. Nibiru only tributes face-up monsters. It doesn't tribute face-downs, which is something that most of the time in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't really matter. But it can. Like, for example, if you had used the Book of Eclipse previously or something like that, and then your opponent Nibiru's, they keep their monsters. And the other thing that mattered there, if there is only face down monsters, normally you can't activate Nibiru, right? Because if it wouldn't tribute anything, then it's not, you can't activate a card that cannot do anything, right? The reason why they were still able to activate Nibiru was because I had a face up Paleo. That one theoretically can be tributed by Nibiru because it's face up. So in that case, it's legal to activate Nibiru. However, the Paleo is unaffected by monsters. So it was legal to activate Nibiru, but it was unaffected. And then because Nibiru didn't tribute anything, it didn't resolve properly. It didn't get to summon itself and everything. So basically, it was legal to activate Nibiru, but nothing happened. Which was very funny. Anyways, guys, we're calling it a day here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We have to go pick up some stuff for the cat now that we organized. Like one of these, you know, cat, I don't know what they're called, the cat trees. Is that what it's called? Hold up. Cat tree. Yeah, we have to go pick up a cat tree now. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the new overlays and all that kind of stuff. Hope you guys like them. Let me know. There's a feedback channel on the Discord, so make sure to let me know all that kind of stuff. Make sure to check out the new sponsor. Give him some love. ! Hold on. And I will see you guys most likely, 99% sure, tomorrow. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Appreciate you guys for all the support, all the good stuff. I'm gonna check where I can send you guys. Who is live in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel category? Hold up. Master Duel. I will just pick someone that I haven't seen before. Unchained to Masters. That sounds good. All right, you guys. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you guys so much for watching today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the support. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace. Enjoy the Unchained Gaming. Peace out, everybody.